Well, a magnificent Monday afternoon. How are you? And welcome to the Jason Gregor Show, Sports 1440, Orders Nation, YouTube, Facebook, and X. As always, presented by PlayAlberta.ca, where you can get in the game. There are 13 NHL games tonight. Oilers, not one of the 26 teams playing. Both them and Ottawa, who just finished up 3 games in 4 nights, are off. The Colorado Avalanche, who have played the most games currently in the NHL, they're off, although the Devils will jump ahead of them as the Devils' 37th game of the season just wrapping up. And, ooh, man, the New York Rangers, the pain continues. Oh, thankfully, there's the Buffalo Sabres in the league, and the Rangers be the worst team right now. They get spanked 5-0. They had 12 shots on goal today. 12. Do they look like a team that is, heck, never mind being a cup contender. Are they even going to make the playoffs? We should have the old Jim Mora. Playoffs? We're talking playoffs? Like, come on. Rangers look, with a capital B, brutal right now. So we'll touch on that. Oilers, of course, win their weekend games, and they head into the Christmas break feeling quite good about themselves. They have been one of the best teams. Well, they've actually been the best team in the NHL since November 7th. But even since you go November 1st, they got the second best record behind only Vegas. It's the only problem. Vegas is in their division. So they're 3 points back of Vegas, but Vegas has a game in hand, and that game in hand comes tonight against the Anaheim Ducks. But worst case scenario, the Oilers will be 5 back of Vegas, and it should be a heck of a stretch run between those two teams. The final 48 games of the season to determine, I think, who's going to finish first. LA, they've been pretty consistent, but I think LA is the third best team in the division. It's going to come down to Edmonton and Vegas. Vancouver, they got a lot of problems. They're the Rangers of the West, except they can win a bit more, but they got a lot of drama. Oh my goodness, some teammates don't get along. And now it's been this is not new. They've been teammates for 5 years. JT Miller, Elias Pettersson aren't necessarily best friends. They're not arch enemies. And so they have different personalities. And so this is not new unless something's come up. You know what's changed though from the last 2 years? They're not producing as much. So when you're winning, it doesn't matter if they don't get along. We're winning. Well, now they're losing suddenly. Well, they're losing because they're not besties, right? They're not each other's ride or die, to quote McDavid. So, well, he didn't say that. He just said the ride or die part. Let's not misquote anyone here on December 23rd. Happy Festivus for those who celebrate airing of grievances. We could have some fun with that later on in the show today. We got a busy lineup for you. There's lots to discuss in the sporting world. Mark Masters will join us. Of course, World Juniors get going on Thursday. Larry Fitzgerald will join us, talk some NFL. Dave McCarthy will be by. Cam Tate, the 2-minute warning. We got Woodley and Speck in the 5 o'clock hour. We'll talk some basketball. Hey, college football, no upsets in the first round. So you've got 1 versus 8. 4 versus 5, 2 versus 7, 3 versus 6 in the college football playoffs. We'll see, though. Now, will there be some upsets? We'll find out. I'll probably talk to Deck about that a little bit later on in the program. NFL weekend came and went, and there was some predictable outcomes. Cincinnati and Detroit dominating their games as many expected. You had Baltimore, a big win over the Steelers. You had Arizona. Ooh, that's a tough loss for them. Indianapolis, you're telling me there's a chance. Them and the Bengals still mathematically have a chance, but let's be honest, it's not much of a chance. The Broncos and the Chargers, all they got to do is win one of their final 2 games and they punch their ticket. And that's if the Bengals and the Colts win out. Obviously, the Bengals and the Broncos meeting this weekend coming up. Is it on the weekend? It might even be beforehand, but I can't remember. I know they're not playing on Christmas Day. That's the Chiefs and the Steelers. That's a brutal schedule right now for those teams. I think they play 3 games in 11 days. Ouch. I remember when all the Some people who like to rag on the CFL. Oh yeah, the league's not legit. Oh yeah. How's your league doing with the defending Super Bowl champs playing 3 games in 11 days? Ridiculous. But that is what's happening. They're 14-1 though. If they can win, if they win one of their 2 games, they will clinch first in the AFC. Tough loss for the Eagles. Not only their quarterback, although they hope it's not too serious, but they lose the game, and now they're a game back of both the Lions and the Vikings. However, because the Lions and the Vikings are in the same division, though one of those teams, let's say they both went out. Now, I don't look. Did they play each other, Cons? They play each other in the final 2 games?
I will confirm that. Yeah, week 18.
Oh, okay. So they both can't finish 15-2. But they could easily have the 2 best records, and the team who has the second best record is the number 5 seed. Brutal. And then they would have to face them potentially in the second round. So, man, you're the Eagles. You're like, this is actually a way better draw for us. So, kind of crazy how that works out. So, we'll see what's going on. Atlanta and the Buccaneers are now tied 8-7 with 2 games remaining for the NFC South. The Rams 1 game up on the Seahawks. Arizona pretty much Carolina essentially knocked them out of the playoffs. That's what that loss was this past weekend. And I'll just say this. If you can't beat Carolina at that time, and hey, who can slow down the Canadian train right now? Chuba Hubbard, as he just walks it off with a touchdown in overtime. The Cardinals, I can fairly say, they don't deserve to make the playoffs when you can't beat that team. It's just how it is. So the Panthers came in 3-11. They walk out with a big win, and Arizona is pretty much now out for the most part of the. I know that mathematically they still got a chance, but let's be real. It is a slim chance. We'll get your thoughts on the orders. Lots of positives. I think it is safe to say that Evan Bouchard will enjoy the Christmas break. He needs to just get away because like puck handling, passing right now, his 2 biggest strengths are not there. And that to me is a sign of a guy who's lacking a little confidence right now. No question about it. He'll have to play his way out of it, but they'll need better from Bouchard. The good news is even with Bouchard struggling, the Oilers still have, as I said, second best record since November 1st. They got the best record in the NHL since November 7th. They've been really dominant, like really dominant. So it's a good sign because Bouchard can pass the puck. Bouchard can carry the puck. Those are strengths of his game. If Evan Bouchard was constantly making errors that were like, oh, geez, he made the wrong read again in the offensive zone, didn't take the right guy or lost a battle, you'd be like, well, geez, that's sometimes been a concern for his. That's not the concern right now. Concern is like, watch how many passes he's missing. Right? Like just fumbling pucks. So to me, that reeks of a lack of confidence, but something that I think he can get back because you don't make it to the NHL as a puck moving defenseman and then suddenly forget how to be a puck moving defenseman. That just doesn't happen. So I think Bouchard will, they'll figure it out. Some time off probably could help him, and then the Oilers will get back at it. And they get back at it with back-to-back games. They play LA and Anaheim next weekend. I think they're both afternoon games too, if my memory is correct. I'll double-check that, but I'm pretty certain that is the case. Yes, it's 2:00 both days. And then they're home to the surprising team because we're going to play a little contenders and pretenders today on the show. Contenders and pretenders. And the Oilers, they're a contender. There's no doubt in my mind that they are a legit contender. So we'll touch on that. Let Nugent Hopkins out for that game, and Oilers don't miss him. Arvidsson comes in, plays well, gets 2 points, and scored a great goal. One gets his stick in there, frees the puck up for Hyman on the power play. So a solid performance. And that's good because Arvidsson, there's a guy who, he hadn't played for a long time. In the first few games back, he looked a little rusty, a little slow, but he looked a lot better yesterday than he did in the previous few games. So that's good. The Oilers they should have dominated the Sharks. They did dominate them, but they should have dominated them on the scoreboard. They didn't. Ekholm has to score with 17 seconds left before they win it in overtime. It was a game they deserved to win, and we're lucky to get the win. I don't know if Draisaitl's going to miss 2 empty nets again in the same game all year. But the Oilers still, right now, overall, their 5-on-5 defending is still better than their 5-on-5 scoring. So if I look at areas, I think they're still going to want to improve their the right side on their blue line. I think the fourth line center is a position that they're gonna look to improve on, and I still think they wouldn't mind a better finisher, another finisher if they could get one. But I don't know if you can get all three. So we'll see. 833-401-1440. 833-401-1440 in our eWell inbox. It is the final day of month of giving. Now, so I guess let me rewind. Start with the errand of grievances. Can I have a grievance for myself? Like, what an idiot. 14th year in the month of giving. And I planned this all out in advance, right? I look at the dates and I get, because I talk to people and you try to convince all these, although it's not a lot of convincing for a lot of these companies. A lot of them reach out to me to say, hey, we want to do it again, which is unbelievable. And so we come up with all the packages. And to be honest, it was middle of last week when I realized I didn't secure a package for Monday the 23rd. I just kind of had a brain cramp and thought that we were done on the Friday. So talked with Cons and we came up with a different idea that we've never done before. And it's so we'll see how it works. So pretty simple. We're going to call it the Christmas challenge today for the month of giving. We're going to help out the Christmas Bureau because they are still quite well short of their goal and need a lot. What we're just going to call it the Christmas challenge. And so, Cons, for my lunacy and stupidity, I'm going to donate $1,000, and then I challenge any of my friends out there who want to match it. Anybody, hey, any listeners want to match it? Great, that would be fantastic. So I'll just get it like my penalty for that because I'm the one who organizes this and completely kind of had a brain fart last week.
Where are the donations going, Gregor?
To the Christmas Bureau.
Okay. You're donating, you're challenging your friends. I just recently became a father. So I'm going to challenge the new fathers out there to make a donation. I'll put in 200 and challenge any of the new fathers out there if they're able to make a donation to the Christmas Bureau, whatever you can, 25, 50, whatever it is, but a donation to the Christmas Bureau for the new fathers.
All right. I like that one. It's nice. It's really good. So 833-401-1440. Hey, Jason, that play, as I seen Bouchard was overconfident. What do you think? No, not overconfident at all. Like that Bouchard makes that play when he's playing well. He doesn't have Cousins strip him of the puck. There were 3 other times in that game where he just flat out missed a pass. Now, guys are going to miss passes every now and then, but the passes that Bouchard's missing are ones that he normally makes in his sleep. Right? We're seeing him turn pucks over, have passes knocked down at a way higher rate than I can remember in a while. Right? Like I've always said, the guys who have the puck the most, they always have the most turnovers. Like I can pull it up right now, and I would tell you that the NHL leaders in turnovers are guys usually who have the puck the most on their stick. That's just how it is, and it's fine. It makes sense. I get it because I understand why. If you have the puck more, eventually, there's going to be a few more turnovers. Now, sure, you'd like to lower it. I get it, but I understand it. So. If you look at it, Nathan McKinnon is 3rd, Carlson's 4th. Now then you have there's more defense when Bouchard's actually in the top 10 in that category, right? So that's fine. But it's a lot of offensive D-men. Dougie Hamilton, Erik Karlsson, Mikhail Sergachev. That doesn't mean they're playing poor. It just means that you're on the ice more. You have the odds to do it more. That's just how it is. We just got this text. Hey, Gregor. As the longest serving sponsor, we're happy to say we'll challenge all of your advertisers to a $500 donation from Dave at On the Rocks. Merry Christmas, happy holidays to everyone. Oh, Davey, attaboy. Okay, I like that. We always like little challenges. So we'll take that. Any of our other sponsors want in on that? That's great. Any listeners in 833? I see Declan holding up his hand there. And Deck, you can come talk in the microphone here. Over on the side. Are you making some college football challenge here? What are you doing?
I'm going to do a couple of challenges, Jason. What I'm going to do is every college football fan out there, I pledge you to match my donation. I know you're out there. I see you texting in during the segment, so I know you're out there. I pledge you to match me with my donation. Also, let's help out the young guys a little bit. Everyone 27 and under, donate as well. That's my pitch to everybody.
Okay, what are you donating?
I'll match Connor 200.
You're doing 2?
Yeah, match
All
Connor.
right. Oh, geez. There you go. Probably big well. Okay. So now you can do 100. You can do 50. That's what's different about this one. I know when we do our pyramid of giving, we have set amounts, which is great, and set number of amounts. But for today, a little bit different. So 833-401-1440. 833-401-1440. My buddy Sean Rourke, he just came. He's going to match $1,000. So there we go. We're off and running. I love it. It's positive. Well, it's not Positive Friday, but it might as well be. It's a Merry Monday. How about that? We'll call it Merry Monday, as many of you, and I will say to all of you, so because I went for lunch at the food court here at West Edmonton Mall, and I was walking down, and I'm relaxed because all my Christmas shopping's done. But I've been in the mall on the 23rd. I've been there. I've felt it. Sometimes you enjoy the pressure, but you can see some people that are walking around. Now, there's a few different types of people that are here today. There's the person who's walking around, with their partner, husband, wife, boyfriend, girlfriend, whatever. And they're just along for the ride, Cons. Like, they're there in support. They're not really sure what they're buying. Are we giving, cousin Sal something? Sure. But they're just along, right? They're just there. They're kind of carrying the bags, a little bit of the pack mule, shall we say. Nothing wrong with that. Or maybe they're the driver just to get you here. Then I see a few others that are a little bit more stressed because they're walking around aimlessly trying to figure out what to buy, right? Like, they're walking in the store. They got no direction. They're just hoping for a sign, like a miracle, that they'll walk into a store and boom, there'll be an idea that matches the, boyfriend, girlfriend, husband, wife, child. Right? What am I going to get them? So I see those people. And then I also see the rare last second organized shopper. And I saw 2 of them. And they had a list, Cons, like a shopping list, which makes sense. Because think about when you go to the grocery store, lots of times you'll make a list. Now, you might make the list at home on maybe you got a whiteboard at your house, you have a chalkboard, whatever it is. I mean, you write it down, you put it in your phone, you got a list. But a lot of people, when they go shopping for items, don't have a list. But the organized shopper, you can see it. They are, it's less stress. They're much more efficient with their time.
Yeah. I mean, I get it. I will not make any lies here. I've got a couple more things I have to do after the show here. Majority done. Know exactly where I need to go. No list, but an idea of what I want to spend. So I do respect those that are getting it done because the mall is crowded. Some stores lines to pay ridiculous. Did get another challenge here for you, Gregor.
All right.
It's Mike from Jerdel Hydraulics. He wants to challenge all the other hydraulics companies out there, the services, $750.
Ooh. All right. So we'll get Mike. I'll get that. I got to write these down here. I like it. Okay. That's fantastic. 833-401-1440. Hey, Gregor, any donations? Are they going to the Christmas Bureau or the Human Fund from Colin? Those who know Seinfeld. Oh, that's such a classic George Costanza. I made a donation to the Human Fund in your name for Christmas. There's no such thing as a human fund. God, what a piece of work. Oh, it's good. No, it's for the Christmas Bureau. If you make a donation, we'll get your number. We'll send it over to Anna and her team, and away they go. So we are off and running. So we got $750 for hydraulics, $200 from Cons, $200 from Declan for any of the guys 27 years and under. Declan said, hey, you want $50, $100, whatever. Any of the new dads out there? My mom just texted me and said she's putting in $500 for mums and grandmas. Okay, so there we go. Mums and grandmas, $500. We have any of our sponsors can match a $500 from Dave and everybody at OTR, and myself from my buddies. Anybody else, $1,000, and then the hydraulic guys are at $750. So we got a lot of different options here. I like it. 833-401-1440. It is the challenge Christmas, we'll call it today, to have a little fun and raise some money for the Christmas Bureau. So 833-401-1440 is where you can text in, make your tell us what you want to donate. We'll send your money off, or send your name off to the Christmas Bureau. And then if you want to make a challenge or just match somebody, it's awesome. Let's take a quick break. When we return, Mark Masters will join us on the Gregor Show, presented by PlayAlberta.ca.
You don't know what awaits you on the road to come, but with the 2025 XC90 from Volvo of Edmonton, you'll have the versatility to take on whatever life throws at you. The new XC90, a luxurious SUV with seating for up to 7, boasts newly upgraded body and wheel design. It's the perfect choice to drive into the coming year. And right now, you'll save $4,500 and lease from 1.49% on all in-stock 2025 XC90s. Volvo Cars Edmonton. VolvoCarsEdmonton.com, 1205 101 Street Southwest.
Wow, get ready for a silly hockey fans. Your partner in power just skated onto the ice.
EWEL.ca, the new e-commerce website for electrical wholesalers Edmonton, is ready for the power play 24/7, 365.
UL skates to where the puck will be in 5 years. Now that's forward thinking.
Killer selection, slamming products from the best brands, and legendary service.
Don't sit on the bench. Get your account today at EWEL.ca and win that project.
Plug into your partner in power. Get an EWEL.ca account today.
3, 2, 1. Happy New Year. Let's rock.
Edmonton's biggest New Year's Eve party is at On the Rise.
Featuring Edmonton's #1 party band,
The Barkels. Get ready to dance the night away as we ring in 2025 in style at OTR.
Tickets include a 3-course meal, party favors, and bubbly at midnight.
This party sells out every year.
Oh, and if you don't have anyone to kiss at midnight, Marco is always available.
OTR's New Year's Eve party.
Tickets at ontherock.yeg.com.
Get early access to the Bricks Boxing Week blowout. Shop real Boxing Day prices now with deals for every room of your home. Shop door crasher specials like a 3-piece stainless steel appliance package for just $18.97. Take up to $3,000 off big screen TVs, up to $2,000 off sectionals, and up to $750 off sofas. Plus, buy more, save more on dining and bedroom furniture. Up to 25% off. Some exclusions apply. See in store for details. The Brick, saving you more.
Mr. Rooter decorates a gingerbread house.
Wow. What did you do here, Mr. Rooter?
Well, we've got a Jube Jube toilet, complete with an icing-based wax seal. The main water line is licorice, red for hot, black for cold. You got your standard marshmallow hot water tank and a candy cane sewer line. And on the outside, candy corn hose pips. Disgusting, but they get the job done.
To have your Yule clogs fixed, trust one plumber, Mr. Rooter.
Actions speak louder than words. Japa Machinery Group puts your construction plan into action with XCMG construction machinery you need. Available for rental or sale. Learn more at japamachinery.com.
Didn't get a holiday bonus? At Wolf GMC Buick, we have the bonus you need. Get 0% financing on our most popular trucks like the Sierra half-ton crew cab during GMC's Canada-wide clearance. Or select up to $8,500 on a number of Sierras. If you're looking for heavy duty, we have that too. Get GMC employee pricing on our Sierra HDs, Yukons, and the all-new GMC Hummer EV. And seeing it's the holidays, a $500 bonus on select 2024 and 2025 models. But when the holidays are done, so are these deals. Get to Wolf GMC Buick today.
I'm Colin Livingston, president of Cantork. Since 2016, we've been at the forefront of hydraulic torque wrenches in Canada. I'm delighted to share our latest venture, in-house production for quicker turnaround, superior quality, and heightened versatility. Experience excellence at cantork.com.
The James Insurance Group, serving East Central Alberta, would like to wish you a happy and safe holiday. Enjoy your time with friends and family and take in all the season has to offer. Merry Christmas and a very happy New Year from the entire team at the James Insurance Group.
Boxing Week starts now at Canadian Tire. Save up to 45% off kitchen appliances. Sale ends December 25th. Conditions and exclusions apply.
Portions of this hour brought to you by Crystal Glass, your clear choice for residential windows. Locally manufactured and installed, Crystal Glass provides a beautiful product and incredible customer services for all of your residential needs. Call 310 Glass or visit crystalglass.ca for a quote.
Best of Edmonton sports talk and beyond. This is Sports 1440.
Presented by PlayAlberta.ca, Alberta's only regulated online gambling website.
Awesome. What a productive break. So we'll give you an update on our challenges today. So Carius came in at 500 bones. Attaboy KK. Oh, by the way, he might go from worst to first. It could be the Cinderella story of fantasy football. He didn't win a game last year. And now, barring a Green Bay Packers miracle where their defense scores like 35 points tonight, he will go to the final in fantasy football. So that, you know what? Good for him. It's a miracle comeback. Who would have thought? He hasn't won since 2006 or 7. So been a while. Maybe he'll end the drought. But there you go. 500 bones from KK. Attaboy. Cam Tate came in at 200 bones. Attaboy Tater. Brad, who is in one of Declan's, I guess they have like a UFC chat group. Brad came in at 200 bones. Jeff is in at 100. We also had mentioned Mike from Gerdell Hydraulics. He's challenged every other hydraulics company to match. They're at 750. And we have we just had Trent from Will Hawk Beef Jerky. He matched Dave. So he matched the $500 for any of our sponsors. So there we go. Thanks to Trent from Will Hawk and Dave at OTR. Appreciate that. Also, Fabian, one of our loyal listeners, he came in at 500 bones as well. So, man, this is going great. Let's keep it up. 833-401-1440. We're having a little challenge today for a month of giving. Just the challenge. So we've had challenges for new dads, for anybody 27 and under, sponsors of the show, friends of the show, rating hydraulic companies anywhere from 100, 200, 500, 750, or 1,000. But any amount doesn't matter today. We're just helping out the Christmas Bureau today. So we should try to set a goal here on what we could raise. I'm a big believer in goals. Why don't we what's the minimum, Cons? What should we say? How about if I do the math quickly, 1, 2, 3. Well, how about let's go 15,000 today. See if we could do that. We're already at already over 3. We're only one segment in. So I love the generosity of our audience. It's fantastic. Everybody jumps in. So if you want in, 833-401-1440. That's Jeff from Delta Valley Landscape. A big shout out to them. Actually, I had like an ice mountain on my driveway, and the Delta Valley guys came and did an unreal job of cleaning it off because I have aunts and uncles and everybody coming, and I didn't want people slip sliding all over. So it was thin enough that if I chipped it, I was worried that I would ruin it. So just got them to do it. They did an awesome job. So shout out to Delta Valley. Thank you very much. Now let's talk a little hockey as we get to In the Room, brought to you by Action Electrical, where you can take action on your savings, specifically if you're looking to get some solar, whether it's on your home or your business. Huge savings can be had. Some of you don't even know how to get into it, but Action Electrical can help you out. Go to actionelectrical.net. As Mark Masters from TSN joins us as we are a few days away from the start of another World Junior Championships. And Mark, Canada obviously will be one of the favorites for sure. Is it Canada and U.S. as the top two in your eyes, or is there anybody else going in? Now, I know going in doesn't mean going out, but do you see anybody else that is a real competitor with those two?
No, Canada, U.S. are in kind of their own class. It feels like going into this tournament, the Swedes may be a bit behind, and then Finland and Czechia maybe in that third tier where they could probably jump up and beat someone on any given day, but unlikely to be at the top of the podium at this event. But yeah, Canada, the U.S. are the clear favorites in my mind.
Okay. Looking at the line combinations, early on in some of the pre-games, McKenna looked like he was down the list, but obviously he's moved up now. Who do you see? Is there a clear 13th forward at all?
13th forward. Well, we got 14 forwards at this event. First time Hockey Canada is going to have healthy scratches up front and on defense just because of the expanded rosters they have now. I can tell you tonight, Mathieu Catafor is a scratch. And Cole Baudouin is the 13th forward, and we'll see what Boxing Day brings. Dave Cameron is committed to ensuring that everyone is going to get at least some time in the tournament. So they start with a back-to-back on Boxing Day, and then the next day they play Latvia. So I would imagine we're going to see all the scratches, I would think, on Boxing Day get in for that Latvia game, which is their easiest opponent, at least on paper in the preliminary round. So you would have to think at times guys might be banged up, and they're going to use this roster flexibility that they haven't had in the past to their advantage. So I can tell you for the 13th forward tonight, at least, Cole Baudouin, and the scratches, Matthew Catafor.
What do you make of the expanded roster? It's a good thing. Like you're giving up a lot of time away from your team, and now some guys might not play very much. What do you make of it?
Yeah, I think it's a great thing. I understand Hockey Canada has been reluctant to bring players and take them away from their club team unless they're going to play. They've changed the rule this year. So now you don't need an injury to use the guys who are going to start as scratches. You can move guys in and out of the lineup just based on performance, based on rest. So think about last year. Savoy gets a little banged up and they bring over Jagger Furcus, right? But they can't activate him and play him unless Savoy is ruled out of the event, which they didn't want to do. So Savoy misses one game and then he's good to go in the quarterfinals. Furcus comes all that way and doesn't play. Now this year, if someone gets banged up in the first game or even tonight, you can just sit him the first game or however long he takes without making any sort of big changes. So I like it. And even if someone only plays one game or whatever, I understand it's tough for their club team, but I think it's an incredible memory to play at the World Juniors. It's such a point of pride for these guys. It's a career highlight for a lot of players, of course. It might be some of the biggest games they play in their lives. And so I think bringing an extra guy, they're going to get into a game for most teams. Their extra guys are going to play. I see no problem for it. It means so much to represent your country. Why not get more people involved?
So looking at, Sweden's, their U18 team was very good. And so I know birth years matter. Like this team, this is better. But, the team they sent even to the World Junior A Challenge was one of the best teams they've sent in a long time. Are we expecting Sweden? Are they slowly starting to get back? Because it's been a while since they've really been that competitive at this level.
Yeah, the Swedes haven't won the gold, of course, in a long time, but they've been very, they're right there. It feels like every year. They're in the gold medal game last year on home ice in Gothenburg. And I think they've been right there amongst the favorites legitimately for a long time at this tournament. I expect them to win the other group that Canada's not in. That's the easier group. Canada finished 5th last year, so they have a tougher group. They are in with the Americans and the Finns. That's going to be a really, really tough group in preliminary round action here. I expect the Swedes to run the table in their group. On their side, and I expect them to be a really, really tough out. Got a great defense, Axel Sandin Pellikka back, Tom Willander. They got some good players. The Swedes are among, they're again, not quite, I don't think, in the same level as Canada and the U.S. at this event this year, but yeah, they're favorites. They're big dogs at this level for sure.
Well, has there been any talk? Is it only until the war officially is over before Russia gets back in?
You know what? I don't know. I don't know where things stand on that. But you do miss them. Obviously, geopolitics aside, there's only a certain amount of countries. There's 10 countries at this tournament. You can, think maybe, the Czechs haven't won it in a while, but they were in overtime in Halifax, right?
Yeah.
In the gold medal game. So maybe if everything broke their way, the Finns have certainly won quite a bit. The Swedes, for whatever reason, can't win in the medal round, or in the gold medal game at least. But they're legit. But yeah, you miss their presence in terms of just a hockey standpoint, but obviously geopolitics, it's understandable what's happening. And I don't know where things are going to go with that.
Mark Masters joined us. Mark, looking at the schedule, of course, New Year's Eve, it's back to the Canada Classic, Canada versus the USA, which for years was kind of the marquee matchup. I think this year, maybe more than ever, it's going to be the marquee matchup. When you look at the U.S. team, and you look at Canada's team, do you see an advantage in one area from one country to the other?
Well, I'm sure the Americans think they have the best goalie in the tournament, Trey Augustine, who's getting ready for, a third World Juniors. He's so experienced, won the gold last year. Canada's going with Carter George in net tonight, the Owen Sound attack goalie who led them to a under-18 World Championship and a Hlinka Gretzky Cup gold medal in 2023. They have a lot of faith in him. So it looks like he's the favorite to be the starter when things matter for Canada. We'll see how it goes. Interesting, it's Jack Ivankovic as the backup, the Brampton Steelheads goalie who's draft eligible tonight. It looks like maybe he's second in line. He was amazing at the Hlinka Gretzky Cup. So I know Canada feels very strongly that they have the goaltender and the goaltending depth to get it done here. But if you're the Americans, you're kind of feeling like maybe we have an edge there. But yeah, they're very even teams, I think. Canada, I think the question is, their top line looks amazing right now. Cal Ritchie, Easton Cowan, Bradley Nadeau. And I feels like Evan McKenna is heating up, and he's on a kind of a secondary scoring line with Berkeley Cat there. And Luca Pinelli, who scored a goal on Saturday against the Swedes, has been in that spot. The question is, they took some energy guys, some some more of a grit grinder guys at the bottom in the bottom six, and they left some high scoring guys off the roster, maybe raise some eyebrows. And you do wonder if a team can shut down Canada's top line and maybe they're snake bitten or whatever. Will they have the depth scoring? They have, but it's very even teams. The Americans have 10 returnees, 8 of whom played in that gold medal run last year. So that's pretty unusual for a defending gold medalist to have that many returnees.
Yeah,
Americans have never won back-to-back at this tournament. It's really hard to do. But yeah, it's pretty even between the Canada and the U.S. I would have to say.
Looking at young McKenna now, he's got the late birthday, so he's not draft eligible until 2026, and there's a lot of excitement around him. But this tournament is still historically, 19 years of age is for the dominant. There's the odd guy younger. From what you've seen early, how's McKenna looking? What's your expectations for him in this tourney?
Yeah, I think he's going to be a big contributor for Team Canada. I think he's got it. He was a little nervous, he admitted. He was starting as a 13th forward, and we've seen this before. Hockey Canada doesn't like to put too much on the plate of the youngest player on the team right at the start. So they started him as the 13th forward. He was nervous, and it took him a while to kind of get going. But as on a regular line in a regular role in that game Saturday, he really stood out. Berkeley Catton said he was the best player on the ice. Not sure about that, but he definitely, every time he has the puck on his stick, it's electric. So I expect he's going to be a big contributor for this Team Canada. I think he's got that X factor where, look what he did at the Under-18 World Championship where, 20 points in 7 games, set a new Canadian record, hat trick in the gold medal game. He's leading the WHL in scoring 60 points in 30 games. He finds a way to excel and succeed against older, bigger competition. And I imagine he's going to find a way. It's not easy. Connor Bedard, 8 points in 7 games when he was in that double underager year, which ended up being in the summer in Edmonton. So he even had a little more development under his belt when he went into that. So it's not necessarily easy to do, but I think McKenna is special enough that he can do it.
One last one. Is there, because I know you do a ton of research for this tournament, Mark. Is there a player on non-Canada, non-US that you're most interested in watching in the tournament?
Oh, good question. Non-Canada, non-US. Axel Sandin Pellikka probably. For Sweden, if they're going to, and they think they can win, and they should think that way, he's going to have to be the best defenseman in the tournament. He was great last year on home ice. Saved them in that quarterfinal against Switzerland, overtime hero. I'm going to be watching him in the other pool. I'm definitely going to be keeping an eye on him to see how much he's developed, how good he looks. Because if Sweden is going to get it done at this tournament, it's going to be because of their defense, I think, and because of Sandin Pellikka.
Mark, enjoy the tournament. Very Merry Christmas to you and all of your family, and enjoy the tourney. We'll be watching. Appreciate your time.
Yeah, it's going to be awesome. Happy holidays. Thanks so much for having me on.
There you go. That's Mark Masters from TSN. Of course, World Juniors gets going on Thursday. Canada's first game will be against Finland, and of course the classic matchup, Canada versus the USA, back on New Year's Eve. We have a few more donations that have come in. 833-401-1440. We'll update you on that. Hey, it's been a great first 40 minutes in the Christmas challenge today for the month of giving. A little kind of off the cuff, spur of the moment one, so we'll get to that. We'll talk some b-ball, some football, Oilers, area of grievances. Of course, we got a few of those texts coming in at 833-401-1440 in our inbox, 833-401-1440. Your partner in power since 1975 for all your electrical gear. EWEL.ca.
Vimy and Don and Hockey are dedicated to skill development for all hockey players. If you are a student athlete interested in growing as both a person and a hockey player, visit vimyridge.epsb.ca or donnan.ca to register for a free shadow day. Beginner or an experienced player, these programs are designed to nurture and develop your skills in a positive and supportive environment. Vimy and Donnan help student athletes pursue their passion for hockey while achieving their academic goals. Register for a Vimy and Donnan Hockey Shadow Day today.
Silent Ice Sports and Entertainment is an innovative market leader across Western Canada with sports and entertainment properties including the Spruce Grove Saints, the Junior Prospects Hockey League, Silent Rides Charter Company, the Hockey Super League, and the newly launched Female Super League. Silent Ice also owns the Western Hockey League Seattle Thunderbirds and operates the Morinville AAA Arena. The Silent Ice Center, a new state-of-the-art entertainment facility, is open in Nisku, which features 2 sheets of ice, including a 1,600-seat arena and a restaurant with a viewing area.
At Leading Edge
Physiotherapy, we believe in the wisdom of Patch Adams. Treat a disease, you win, you lose. Treat a person, I guarantee you'll win no matter what the outcome. We don't treat conditions, we treat people. From personalized treatment plans to compassionate care, we're committed to helping you achieve your goals. That's why hands-on techniques, unique technologies, and a commitment to hiring amazing people mixed with friendly, fun neighborhood environments. And ta-da! No, it's not magic. It's about being human. Sometimes being human hurts, but life shouldn't hurt. LeadingEdgePhysio.com.
Now, all sizes of premium roast coffee at McDonald's have a new low price starting at $1 plus tax for a small. It's great if you love great tasting coffee. $1 small premium roast coffee every single day. Must be McCafe. Plus tax at participating restaurants in Canada. Excludes delivery.
Is it Riverside Motorsports?
No. It's Riverside Motorsports. Over 55 years in business, and people still get it wrong.
Guess it's time to get it right.
Riverside Motorsports. What you do for fun is our business.
I'm making my list, checking it twice. And guess what? I'm giving Wilhock beef jerky to everyone, naughty and nice. Because honestly, everyone deserves a taste of Alberta's finest, no matter if they've been bad or good. So this holiday season, skip the chocolates and pass on the turkey. Make sure you're Wilhocking around the Christmas tree with Alberta's best beef jerky. Ho, ho, ho!
Available at Wilhock Beef Jerky in Leduc.
Hockey is back, and Play Alberta, Alberta's #1 sportsbook and official partner of the Edmonton Oilers, has you covered with bigger offers, boosted odds, live betting, player props, and more. New to Play Alberta, new players now receive $200 in free bets just for signing up. You already play? Get a $10 free bet for every $100 you bet. Every week, all season long. Visit playalberta.ca and make your picks today. Bonus terms and conditions apply.
At Fountain Tire, success is a team effort. They're committed to their team members and their customers. And that means treating your vehicle like it's their own and finding solutions that suit your needs. Because whatever the road brings ahead, they're on it with you. Visit fountaintire.com today.
Bringing every project to life requires the right team. By joining the Japa Machinery Group service or sales teams, you can be part of setting a new industry standard. Celebrating a legacy of excellence with Japa. Learn more at japamachinery.com.
One small step for Schwab, one giant leap for Schwab High.
Schwab's has landed the biggest truck sale of the year with Get the Truck Out of Here. Get 0% financing or lease rates as low as 1.9% on 2024 half-ton trucks. You'll be over the moon with employee pricing. Save up to $13,000 on select GMC and Chevy HDs. Plus, get $10,000 cash back. Get the truck out of here. Head to Schwab Chevrolet Buick GMC in Leduc.
Portions of this hour brought to you by Canton Torque. We offer sale, rental, repair, and calibration of hydraulic, pneumatic, and battery-powered torque wrenches, stud tensioners, and flange maintenance equipment. Order today at cantorque.com.
From puck drop to kickoff, it's the Jason Gregor Show on Sports 1440.
Presented by PlayAlberta.ca, Alberta's only regulated online gambling website.
2:44. Welcome back. Our Christmas challenge off to a great start. So Livingston, Colin, of course, from Cantork. We hear him every Thursday here on the show. He's in for 500 as well. Attaboy, CL. Appreciate it. We also have Brett, who's going to match his brother Brad's $200 donation from Deck's UFC chat room. I love it. Nice. Also, we had Brent Saker. That guy does a ton in the community, man. Saker, you're a beauty. He's going to match, we're buddies. He said he's matching the $1,000 today. So there we go. That's, we're up to 3 people now in at 1,000. Nope, 4. Delhi's in. Delhi came in at 1,000 as well. So thank you very much, Delhi. We appreciate that. And we have Mark and the gang at Cattail Crossing matching the sponsors. They're in at 500 as well. So we are for any of our sponsors listening, David OTR, who did put in a subtle little humble brag that he's the longest running advertiser on the show, which is true, since 2007. Crazy enough. And that's a good dedication. And so they started off, challenge all of our sponsors to 500, and Wilhock Beef Jerky's match it. Also did Cattail Crossing, Fabian, Carius, Livingston, of course, from Cantork. So that is awesome. So we'll keep it going. We got a few challenges, $1,000. Mike, all the hydraulic companies. So, Cantor can match that one too, I guess. Colin from, he's kind of in on both. I love it. Mike from Jardella Hydraulics. We had Declan and Connor were challenging new dads and anybody, any college football fans or gentlemen 27 and under to go in at 200. They just challenge you. Make any donation you want. My mother texted in. She was in at 500 for all the mums or grandmas out there. So it's great. It's been a good start to the show. So 833-401-1440. We're helping out the Christmas Bureau on our final day of the month of giving. You can make a challenge if you like. You can match any number. Today, there's, when you do our pyramids of giving, there's, specific ones, but we've had $750. We've had $50. Today we've had $150, so it doesn't matter. Whatever amount you like, it's all good, and it'll go towards the Christmas Bureau. So 833-401-1440. Now let's talk a little hoops. We get to basketball report brought to you by Legacy Heating and Cooling. Home to no payments, no interest for 1 year on your furnace. Stay warm all winter at legacyheating.ca. Paul Sir, the basketball show is close to returning. January 11th, we'll be back. And he joins us now. Paul, how you doing, my man?
Doing great, Jason. And I just have to say kudos, not just to yourself and Connor, but, everybody that's out there that's supporting your efforts to raise money for such a great cause. It's really, really heartwarming to hear how generous people are. So kudos to everybody.
Yeah, you know what? Our community is very giving. And the month of giving is one that people never get tired of, which is great. So I like it. So let's talk a little hoops, Paul. Now it was the second year. Did the NBA Cup grab your attention more than the inaugural?
You know what? I think, I don't know if it grabbed my attention more. I don't find it as irritating as it was. I guess it's like forcing something into the season that really isn't for anything significant. But I guess what has swayed me has been the number of coaches and players in the league that have said they like it because it gives them something new to focus on during the season.
Yep.
As you know, Jason, it's a long season and one game blends into the other. So to at least have this kind of event mid-season, I mean, look what it did for Milwaukee. They were able to really regain their focus, regain their mojo, and now they're one of the best teams in the East again. And some of that credit has to go to the Cup, that they really zoned in on it, got healthy, and by the end of it, they were playing really good basketball.
Yeah, like I looked at their roster. They were just too talented to be as bad as they were early, right? I think it's safe to say you have like two future Hall of Famers on the team. Like, come on. Yeah, you should be better than they were. And they've kind of got their game going here a little bit, which is nice to see. Do you see it like now if you look at the East, and the East doesn't have the depth of the West right now, right? And because you look at Milwaukee after that terrible start, now they're up to they're into what are they, fifth place, right? Same as the Knicks. The Knicks were off to a brutal start, and they're pretty good too, and they're both top five. So kind of shows you that the East is still wide open.
It is, although I mean we clearly have Boston at the top, even though Cleveland has been has surprised everybody, and they've been great. Through this part of the season, they've been great. You have to give them all the credit in the world for how well they've played, and they've been entertaining to watch. But as we know, Jason, it's a long season, and things can look very different at the end of the season, whether it's just the rest of the league catches up to you, there's key injuries, all those things can reshape. But the one pillar right now is Boston, and then everybody else. As you mentioned, the Knicks are starting to find their mojo again. You've got, Miami's not bad, Orlando's not bad, but clearly the power still remains in the West, with the exception of the defending champs, the Boston Celtics.
Yeah, no, that's fair. Yeah, the Celtics definitely look like they're a pretty good team, but Cleveland like 25-4. We got to take them pretty serious, don't we?
Oh gosh, yeah, and I think you know what, they have a great backcourt. Garland's great, Mitchell's great, but it's the emergence of it's the emergence of other players. Mobley in particular, he really is a game changer. He blocks shots. He's a great rebounder. He's a good defender, but offensively, he's still not one night he can have 40, the next night he can have 4, but overall, he's more consistent, and he's definitely a force on the court. They've got some good depth. They push the ball hard. They seem to be well coached. You can't argue with 25-4. That speaks for itself. I mean, that's well over a third of the season. So, they've been great so far. If they can stay healthy, I know nobody will want to play them in the first round of the playoffs.
Yeah, well, that 100%. They look good. In the West, you've got the OKC Thunder, the Memphis Grizzlies. Now, they had their best guy hurt early on, and now suddenly, they've moved up there into second place. And, when you look at Memphis, Paul, obviously, last year was a debacle for more of the off-court antics than anything else, right? What do you make of them now?
They're a really good basketball team, and I would go so far as to say they are the scariest team, I think, in the league right now. And I'm not 100% sure why, but I think, they're beating people like dogs. That absolute ridiculous blowout win against Golden State. You kind of have to throw that aside. But they're beating up on people right now. That blend of a power game, a shooting game, Ja Morant finding his stride, and as you said, the off-court antics last year that was so disruptive. He seems to have put that at least aside, if not behind him. So he's great, but he's not dominant. It's the rest of the team, including Canadian Zach Edey, that have been contributing to make this a ferocious team to play against. Like defensively, they're really good. So yeah, I think Memphis is what is the pleasant surprise in the West so far.
Paul Sir Jones is host of the Basketball Show, returns here on Sports 1440 on January 11th. And Paul, we had a lot of people texting in that they didn't like the tournament simply because of the courts. They thought the courts during the tournament were brutal. What did you make of all the new courts that they had?
Oh, just irritating. I agree with everybody. Like, it's just irritating. It's still basketball. And I think the NBA, and it kind of ties into something I sure hope we can touch on, which is declining viewership, is the NBA keeps trying to find ways to entertain that go away from basketball. Your product is still your sport. And that has to be where your point of emphasis is, and not on all these ridiculous courts that look like, it looks like something you'd give to a 4-year-old for Christmas. My goodness. These courts were ludicrous. So I can see why people are. Can you imagine if they did that in the NHL with the ice surface? Like if you started going all that nonsense. So to me, the NBA gets really carried away on the entertainment part of things. So the basketball part, yes, I'm fine with it. The other stuff, no, I find that more of a distraction, and I think it has a shelf life that's not a good one, because if you like it, great, but not everybody likes that kind of over the top, hyperactive, multicolored, bright, everything but basketball.
Yeah. It's funny. LeBron James had his comments today in Sacramento saying we got some talking about the declining TV numbers, and he said we got way too many threes in our game. That's all it's become now. Is got down the throw, shoot threes. What do you make of what now? He said there's a bigger issue at play, and you need more time to go into it. But he obviously felt like at times it was just too much threes. What do you make about why there's so much declining viewership for the NBA right now?
Well, I think that's a big part of it, and LeBron was a big part of the problem. He's never been a particularly good 3-point shooter. He's had better years than others, but as he's gotten older, his percentages continue to go down. But he lets a lot of threes go that you just wonder why he's taking that shot. I think the style of play right now, and I was talking with someone the other day, and he made a great point. He said, "Who's the next LeBron?" And the context he provided was, can the next LeBron even exist in the modern basketball style? there's such a lack of creativity. Every team plays the same, and the analytics nerds have seized control of the sensibilities of the game, and we've gone away from creative basketball into everybody plays the same way. Dribble handoff, pick and roll, look for the three, or shoot the layups. The analytics people have everybody convinced that it's either a three or a layup. Those are the only two shots. The percentages are in your favor. It's absolute garbage. All you have to look at is Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, who has a marvelous mid-range game, and say, why don't more people play like that? Why don't more people get creative like that, as opposed to just be these autonomous three-point chuckers? And so I'm very adamant. I've been adamant about this for 5+ years when the analytics folks got, listened to too much. Basketball is a beautiful game when there's creativity, and they've sucked the creativity out of it by overemphasizing the three-point shot.
Yeah, no, it's totally valid, right? And it's one, I don't think there's a quick fix, or do you think there is?
You know what the quick fix is? The quick fix would be Adam Silver doesn't need to do an investigation. If you really want to know the quick fix, which will never happen, is just change and play a 48-minute game with FIBA rules. The game would change completely, and it would be a lot more fun to watch. You could allow big guys to be in the middle and not have this ridiculous defensive 3-second rule that the NBA has. These ridiculous, you got to be so close to your man to guard them. The way they've twisted the game around to create more scoring opportunities is silly. But I tell you what, Jason, if they played 48 minutes of FIBA basketball, it would take a year or so to adapt. It would be a much better brand of basketball, and the scores would go up, and you'd still be scoring in the hundreds, and it would you wouldn't have all of this silliness that goes on out there right now. So to me, that's the quick fix, but they'll never do it because they're always looking for a new wrinkle and a new way to make it what they think is entertaining. And I think now it's kind of gone past the critical point where it's just so bizarre, and now people are taking so many threes that I think they have to make some radical changes. That would be the simple one, and I think within a year, people would just be loving it.
Paul, have yourself a great Christmas, and we look forward to the return of the basketball show on the 11th of January.
Always appreciate it, Jason. Merry Christmas to you, to your listeners, and thanks so much, and looking forward to 2025.
You betcha. That's Paul Sir, host of the basketball show on Sports 1440. Gregor, Connor Halley with you. Well, we'll come back. Man, we got more donations. This is unreal. We'll update you on that and more when we return after the Con Man Sports 1440 update, brought to you by Booster Juice. This holiday season, you can give the gift of Booster Juice. Buy a $30 gift card and get a free regular size smoothie for yourself. Gifting never tasted so great. Download the Boosters Reward app. Get yours today.
This is a Sports 1440 update.
The Edmonton Oilers have signed forward Connor Kleinberg to a 3-year entry-level contract. A 2024 fifth-round pick is the captain of the Flint Firebirds. Got 10 goals, 8 assists in 22 games so far this season. On the ice today, it's a busy one. You got the Caps and the Bruins, Blues in Detroit. Panthers host the Lightning, Flyers up against the Penguins. Jackets host the Canadian Sabres in New York, taking on the Islanders, Preds, Canes, Wild Hawks. Canucks host the Sharks and the Stars, taking on the Utah Hockey Club. Earlier today, Devils blanked the Rangers 5-0, and the Jets get past the Maple Leafs 5-2. Week 16 will wrap up in the NFL tonight with the Packers hosting the Saints. Kickoff in this one set for 6:15 in the association. It is a busy one. Raptors head to New York, taking on the Knicks. Bulls host the Bucks. Clippers take on the Grizz. Thunder, Warriors. Got the Suns in Denver, and the Pistons taking on the Lakers. In college football, famous Idaho Potato Bowl right now. Fresno State and Northern Illinois tied at 13 apiece in the fourth quarter. Earlier today, it was Coastal Carolina falling to UTSA 44-15 in the Myrtle Beach Bowl. Coming up in hour 2 of the Jason Gregor Show, we'll be joined by our co-host and former NHLer Sean Brown. Also, we'll be joined by Larry Fitzgerald Sr. to talk some NFL. I'm Connor Halley. This has been a Sports 1440 update.
This is Sports 1440, a Stingray radio station broadcasting on Treaty 6 territory.
Download the free iHeartRadio app and listen to CKJR wherever you go.
Checking off your gift list can go more smoothly when you give smoothies. From now till December 31st, buy a $30 Booster Juice gift card and gift yourself with any regular size smoothie for free. Try the new salted caramel smoothie made with vanilla oat beverage, vanilla frozen yogurt, and decadent caramel. It pairs magically with the salted caramel booster ball, bursting with Score toffee bites, cinnamon, maple syrup, cashew butter, and more. Happiest of holidays from Booster Juice. Download the Booster Rewards app today.
At On the Rocks, everyone's on the nice list this December. Even you, Sierra. We saw you shaking your ass on the dance floor.
Until December 31st, purchase $100 worth of gift cards at OTR and get a bonus $20 GC for free.
That's like 10 free hot dogs on Mondays.
Or 10 free tacos on Taco Tuesday.
How about 30 free wings on Wednesdays?
Or even 4 free drinks during happy hour.
However you divide it up, it's $20 free at On the Rocks. Calm down, Sierra.
On the Rocks, Jasper Ave and 118.
Get early access to the Bricks Boxing Week blowout. Shop real Boxing Day prices now with deals for every room of your home. Shop door crasher specials like a 3-piece stainless steel appliance package for just $18.97. Take up to $3,000 off big screen TVs, up to $2,000 off sectionals, and up to $750 off sofas. Plus, buy more, save more on dining and bedroom furniture. Up to 25% off. Some exclusions apply. See you in store for details. The Brick, saving you more.
Tasting just so right. You can order at oodle-noodle.ca, delivering you the news almost right away. Remember, you can order oodle-noodle at oodle-noodle.ca. So stay on your couch all day and order oodle-noodle.ca. Oodle-noodle.
You got a go-to coffee spot, a trusted barber, even a lucky game day jersey. But when it's about looking your absolute best, there's only one name you need: Mr. Dirk. Family run since 1939, we're experts in crafting impeccable tailor-made suits and offering a wide variety of everyday styles. Pair that with personalized one-on-one fittings and the convenience of on-site tailoring. Mr. Dirk elevates your style game. Visit our Edmonton store or explore MrDirk.com. Score big on style with Mr. Dirk.
Hockey is back, and Play Alberta, Alberta's #1 sportsbook and official partner of the Edmonton Oilers, has you covered with bigger offers, boosted odds, live betting, player props, and more. New to Play Alberta, new players now receive $200 in free bets just for signing up. You already play? Get a $10 free bet for every $100 you bet every week all season long. Visit playalberta.ca and make your picks today. Bonus terms and conditions apply.
Ho, ho, ho! 'Tis the season to find the perfect gift at the perfect price at Leduc Goldsmiths.
The annual Christmas sale is on now with up to 30% off store-wide, plus special flyer savings. All natural and lab-created diamond engagement rings are 15% off with a wide selection available. The team at Leduc Goldsmiths have years of expertise to help you find what you need. Leduc Goldsmiths on Main Street, Leduc. Leduc's Jewelry Store. Family owned and operated for over 30 years.
The holidays are here. Everyone at Bashaw Concrete Products encourages you to slow down, revisit old holiday traditions, and create happy new memories. Merry Christmas and Happy New Year from Dallas, Doreen, and Dylan, and all the staff at Bashaw Concrete Products.
It's a Christmas you'll never forget. The final day of the 3-day pre-boxing sale at Cross Mitsubishi. Save up to 15% off all new vehicles. And today and tomorrow only, you'll save an additional 10% for a staggering total of up to 25% off. A 2024 Outlander ES is $35,018. A 2024 RVR ES is $25,880. Don't forget Cross Mitsubishi's unmatched 10-year powertrain and 5-year new vehicle warranty. It's the final day of the 3-day pre-boxing Day sale, and drive into Christmas with confidence. See Cross Mitsubishi in store for details. 9605 34th Ave and at crossmitsubishi.ca.
Merry Christmas from Anu Gas Compression Consulting in Wetaskiwin. The management and staff would like to wish you a peaceful and happy holiday season. They thank you for your patronage this past year and look forward to seeing you again in 2025. Season's greetings from everyone at Anu Gas.
Diablo Boots in Canada West. Two great names in work and cowboy boots. For over 60 years, Diablo has been selling the best-made Canadian boots. Diablo has boots from sizes 6E to size 15 EE, just for you. Why buy boots made in China like Ariat, Justin, or Red Wing when Diablo has the best quality for less, made in Canada? Diablo has work and cowboy boots with replaceable soles and heels for longer life. So, save on boots by Save On Foods. That's Diablo Boots, 3340 Gateway Boulevard, on the east side of Save On Foods. Hurry in today for best selection.
Portions of this hour brought to you by Japa Machinery. Japa is digging deep on their 50-year history of supporting Alberta's construction industry with their line of special edition blackout excavators. Visit japamachinery.com for all the details.
Tricks, touchdowns, and home runs. Get it all with the Jason Gregor Show on Sports 1440.
Presented by PlayAlberta.ca, Alberta's only regulated online gambling website.
Just after 3 o'clock. How are you? Welcome to the Jason Gregor Show on Sports 1440, Oilers Nation, YouTube, Facebook, and X, and Instagram. Thanks for watching and listening at sports1440.ca. You download the app. I love it there as well. iHeartRadio, Radio Player, or, of course, the Stingray app. And thanks for joining. We got more donations, man. I love it. So, listener Bruce came in at $1,000 donation. Fantastic. So thank you very much, Bruce. Also, we had Dan from Silent Ice is in for $1,000. Attaboy, Dan. Thank you very much for that. So we're rocking and rolling. We also, I should clarify, I had said Brad and Brett are brothers. No, Brett's his son. So I just want to clarify that from B&B. But they reach in for $200. So it is anybody out there listening, $100, $200. We've got here's some of the challenges if you want it, because today is a Christmas challenge. So we started out because it was my fault, airing of grievances. Honestly, I screwed up when I planned all this the month of giving, and I totally forgot about Monday the 23rd until like literally last Wednesday. So kind of started scrambling, came up with some ideas. So I pledged that I would donate $1,000 and then challenging my friends. And so far we've had Saker and Sean, Deli, Dan from they've all mentioned 1,000. We also have Bruce who matched $1,000. That's unreal. We're off to a great start. Then we had Dave from On the Rocks text in there challenging all the sponsors to donate $500. So Dave from OTR was in. Trent from Wilhawk Beef Jerky matched that. Mark and the gang at Cattail Crossing are in. We had also Colin Livingston from Cantork came in at 500. We also had Kevin Carius matched the 500, as did Fabian, one of our listeners, for 500. We also had Mike from Jerdell Hydraulics. He's challenging all the hydraulics guys to $750. We had Connor and Declan. They each donated 200. And Cons is challenging all the new fathers to any sort of donation. Doesn't have to be 200, right? It can be $50, 25, whatever. It's great. Minimum is 25. Declan came in for any of the college football fans. Oh, their college football playoffs, as well as anybody 27 and under to do. He says, hey, we don't have to buy for kids yet. Well, maybe some of you do. Some of you don't. Depends. But either way, they're in for 200. And we had Cam Tate match that. Brad and Brett Severn. Also, we had Jeff and Darcy came in at $100 each as well. So we're off and running. It's fantastic. So 833-401-1440. If you want to match, that would be fantastic. We'd very much appreciate it. And we just we just got another one. All right, Blake and everybody at Action Electrical. Take action on your savings. They're in at $1,000 as well. So thank you to Blake and everyone at Action Electrical. for sponsoring the show, but more importantly, helping out today with a $1,000 donation to the Christmas Bureau. So that's who we're helping out. So 833-401-1440, 833-401-1440. We got a lot of text to get to in our email inbox. Hey, boys, is Nuge injured or ill? My understanding is an illness. And obviously with a few days off, they don't play again until Saturday. I'm guessing RNH will be fine. It's like the worst time. You never want to get sick around Christmas. Brutal. But like I got sick once at Christmas. I still remember it. It was Boxing Day. Just shut it down. Wasn't great. My son one year, he still talks about it. Didn't feel great at Christmas. So I'm sure, like you never want to get sick, but around that time of year, sometimes with kids, I think they just get so wound up and excited and maybe aren't sleeping. So it kind of catches up to them. So tonight's the night. Maybe get a good sleep because tomorrow the excitement begins for a lot of people as Santa Claus starts his tour around. And hopefully you are in a situation to get a gift or more importantly, give one. And today, here's your opportunity to give the gift of just, some necessities, the basic, simple necessities for a lot of people around this time of the year. And the Christmas Bureaus are well short of their goal right now, so we're really trying to help them out. So we didn't have a set goal to start, but I thought maybe we could get to 15. We're off to a really good start. If I'm doing the math in my head, 6, 7, 8, 9, we're over 10,000 already just after 3 o'clock. I love it. So you want to jump in? Hey, it all adds up. 100, 200, 500, 1,000, 750, 150, $50. It all matters. It all adds up. So 833-401-1440. A few other ones. Hey, boys, what's your thoughts on the NFL? I'm a huge Ravens fan. I'm just not sure how good my team is compared to the Bills or the Chiefs from Ravens Rick. Well, the Ravens are pretty good. You got Lamar Jackson. To me, you got a chance. Right? I don't think there's any debate about that. You have a chance. Cons, what do you think of the Ravens? And I guess we're talking AFC right now.
Yeah, well, I would say if you're a Ravens fan, you lost to the Chiefs by Isaiah Likely's big toe. You beat Buffalo 35-10. I think the Chiefs are beatable more than ever. They still win the close games. That's what great teams do. They're a very good team. The Buffalo Bills, their defense has been a little bit leaky at times this year. And if you're the Ravens, I mean, you're built for the playoffs. Lamar Jackson is so underrated as a passer. He just doesn't make that many mistakes. He can run. Obviously, we know how good he is at that. And then you combine Derrick Henry. He's built for this. We're going to get to see him in a really good offense going into either Arrowhead or was it Ralph Wilson, whatever they call it out in Buffalo now. And he's get a chance to just wear down a defense and bully them and show how good he is. That's the game where you want him. 25 carries, whatever it might be in a cold weather game where he can just wear teams down. If I'm a Ravens fan, I mean, there might be some concerns on the defensive side of the football, but I think they have just as good of a chance as any of the top teams in the AFC to represent the conference in the Super Bowl. So I'd be a little optimistic if I was a Ravens fan, actually.
It's a very good point about, losing to the big toe and then they beat the Bills. So yeah, they're a competitive team. No question about it. Now, here's the thing. 7 of the last 8 Super Bowls have had either Patrick Mahomes or Tom Brady in it. Right? Obviously you had the Rams and the Bengals the 1 year without it in February of 22. That's the only one. So, that's when Joe Burrow went into KC and they beat the Chiefs. So I can understand why, there'd be some trepidation a little bit for Buffalo fans. They're like, yeah, Josh Allen's great. Are we good enough? Can we win on the road? Because right now it looks like I guess they could get upset before that, right? But right now it looks like KC's going to get the bye. So then they're into the second round, and they'll take on, who's ever the lowest seed. Now, if they lose that game, the Bills win their game, then the Bills don't have to worry about it. But they win, and the Buffalo Bills win, then you're thinking, okay, now we got to get through it. Meanwhile, the Bills got to win their first round. So, yeah, I'll say this about the Chiefs. When you have the bye week, and here's my question. How much longer do you think there's going to be a bye in the first round of the NFL playoffs? How many more years until it's the top 16 teams?
It's a good question. It's another game, more revenue. They did away with one of the buys.
And really, when you look at considering your schedule is unbalanced, should the number one team really have a bye? Like, should they? Because you now, I know they won't have a tie because they fade. Well, I guess unless they tie. But like, you look at, you win one more game than the second place team, and you get a distinct advantage, Connor. Like, it's a real advantage having that bye week.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely.
Right? You get more rest, everything. So you've gone from two teams having a bye on each side to only one. I'm going to say it is now, I will guess by the 2027, so that's 2 more years. I think that's when the NFL will go to 16 teams. And there'll be no more buys. NHL doesn't have buys. NBA doesn't have buys. Why do you need a buy? Honest question. Why do you need a buy in the NFL? Just for the top seed team. I think it's a massive advantage over everybody else. And when you don't play the exact number of games, the exact same schedule, like in the NHL, everybody who's in the West and the East has virtually the same schedule. You're paying everybody in the other conference twice. You pay everybody in your own division, except 2 teams. You play them 4 times. You pay the other teams in the other conference 3 times. In the NFL, you play 6 of 17 games against your division. That's massive. And it's a big advantage sometimes when you have a crappy division. It just is. So I wonder when they look at it and say, enough's enough. Buys, bye-bye to the buys is how I would say it.
Here's a question for you, Gregor. Just because you mentioned Mahomes and Brady, if you go back to 2000, you can throw Peyton Manning and Ben Roethlisberger in there. Who are the 2 quarterbacks not named Roethlisberger, Manning, Brady, and
Mahomes?
So you got Burrow. There's 2 more.
Oh, you mean in the
AFC? Yeah.
Ooh, God.
Because I would always just praise the Chargers fan. Like, I just don't want to see the Steelers, Manning, or Brady in the Super Bowl. It happened forever.
I'm trying to think. AFC. Who the heck? So not Roethlisberger, because Manning made it for the Broncos and the Colts, right?
Yeah.
Oh, God.
Some people say this guy is elite.
What? Just wait. Who was Oakland's quarterback when they lost in 2003?
Rich Gannon.
So
there's one.
Okay, he's not elite.
No. And I think some
Russell
people,
Wilson? No,
Nope.
no, he was on the other side.
Some kind of say it tongue in cheek.
Well, I'm trying to think. Okay, who is the
Still
other?
playing.
He's still playing?
Yeah.
And now this is in the 2000s?
It is, yeah. 2012.
2012.
Think of the Beyonce halftime show that knocked the power out of the Superdome or wherever they played it.
2000. Well, who beat the 49ers? That the Ravens?
Yep.
Well, who's their quarterback? Wasn't Lamar.
Joe Flacco. Elite Joe Flacco.
Well, who is the Ravens quarterback when they won in 2001? Wasn't that Trent Dilfer?
I believe so, yeah.
So he'd be the other one, right?
He'd be the other one.
But but you said to 2002.
2000.
Yeah, okay. Fair enough. Yeah. Trent, yeah, that's a good question. I wouldn't have you'd think I would remember Joe Flacco, but I don't. So there you go.
And
All
I
right.
think and like Tony Banks started a lot of games for that Ravens team as well.
In 2001?
Yeah.
With Trent Dilfer?
The Ravens one, year 2000.
Oh, okay.
When they won, essentially with Trent Dilfer and their defense. But yeah, it's a lot of the same names representing the old AFC.
Hey, Adam listener comes in. Boys, I'm in for 500. Attaboy, Adam. Thank you very much. Merry Christmas to you. So there we go. There's another $500. I gotta calculate this during the break. See where we're at. I think we're over 10 grand already. This is unbelievable. This is fantastic. Let's keep it rolling. 833-401-1440. 833-401-1440 in our inbox. We'll return. We have lots of hockey chatter to get to on the show today. Of course, the orders are off. We'll talk a little NFL next, though. On the Gregor Show, presented by PlayAlberta.ca.
New year, new you. Let's kickstart 2025 by making better life choices, starting with quality pizza from Papa John's. Right now, get 25% off any regular menu price pizza with promo code BETTER25. A deal so good, it might just count as self-care. But hurry, resolutions wait for no one. Offer ends January 5th. Order now at papajohns.ca with promo code BETTER25. Better ingredients, better pizza, better get you some Papa John's.
Japa Machinery Group knows that XCMG may not roll off the tongue, but Japa's team will help keep your construction jobs rolling on time and on budget with heavy equipment sales and rentals. Visit japamachinery.com to find out more.
Legacy Heating and Cooling is your #1 furnace service company for the holidays because we don't charge overtime rates, including 24/7 emergency. Oh, I need service, please, Santa. Tell me your price. My furnace is naughty. Would you please make it nice? No, I can't wait to find it under my tree. Please send me service from Legacy. No overtime or emergency rates during the holidays or ever. That's how you service your legacy. Legacy Heating and Cooling.
Oodle Noodle origins.
In 1864, Francis Oodle took over his dying father's business as a leatherman. He was quite proficient, but his heart was never truly in the trade. After his father's death, Oodle met a cocksure young man named Vladimir Nudell, who was a trailblazer in the popular new art of food boxes. They formed a partnership and aimed to ply their trade in the new world. At Ellis Island, Nudell was renamed David Noodle, and henceforth, the franchise has been known as
Oodle Noodle.
At Fountain Tire, success is a team effort. They're committed to their team members and their customers. And that means treating your vehicle like it's their own and finding solutions that suit your needs. Because whatever the road brings ahead, they're on it with you. Visit fountaintire.com today.
You've got a go-to coffee spot, a trusted barber, even a lucky game day jersey. But when it's about looking your absolute best, there's only one name you need: Mr. Dirk. Family run since 1939, we're experts in crafting impeccable tailor-made suits and offering a wide variety of everyday styles. Pair that with personalized one-on-one fittings and the convenience of on-site tailoring. Mr. Dirk elevates your style game. Visit our Edmonton store or explore MrDirk.com. Score big on style with Mr. Dirk.
Introducing the Female Super League. Female hockey is on the rise with more women playing the game than ever. Join us as we pave the way for the future of women's hockey. The FSL is more than a game. It's a movement.
Takes your water to the next level. With up to 7 stages of filtration and 14 filter options, they're certified to reduce over 90 contaminants. Your tap water is about to get a major upgrade. Safer water that tastes great. Get started with a free in-home water test at Culligan.com. Culligan, water you love.
Portions of this hour brought to you by Culligan. For your residential water needs, your local water treatment company. More than just big bottles, Culligan.com.
The Jason Gregor Show. The best of Edmonton sports talk and beyond. This is Sports 1440.
Presented by PlayAlberta.ca, Alberta's only regulated online gambling website.
Well, a lovely Monday afternoon. Welcome back. It is the Gregor Show, Sports 1440, Oilers Nation, YouTube, Facebook, and X, sports1440.ca. It is our Christmas challenge today for the month of giving. We just we started out with the we're making the most of an error, and so far it's turning out great. So we have a few challenges today. We have and when you get challenged, you can match that amount, or just you can accept the challenge and just do even a less amount. Doesn't matter. We're just looking for donations today. It's fantastic, but we're not putting a cap. Usually we have a cap on like the pyramid of giving. Today we're just gonna however much we can raise. is awesome. And so we start out, we had $1,000, and people that have matched that, Brent Sake matched it, our buddy Sean, Dan at Silent Ice, Deli also is in, Blake at Action Electrical, listener Bruce has matched 1,000. Then we had Dave from On the Rocks challenge 500 to all of our advertisers. Trent and the gang at Wilhock Beef Jerky are in at 5. We had Mark at Cattail Crossing. We also had Colin Livingston and Cantork. Kevin Carries from the morning show. And then we just had Adam and Lauren, 2 listeners. Adam, Lauren. Also earlier, Fabian matched it. We also just had Doug from Wolf GMC. Of course, they're a title sponsor on a LT show. They just matched the 500 as well. My mom actually challenged all the moms and grandmas to $500, which was great. Then we had Cons and Declan come in each at 200 bones, challenging 20. They had like a triple challenge. You could either be 27 and under, you could be a new dad, you can be a college football fan. And we had Cam Tate match at 200. We had Brad and Brett, father son combination. They each matched at $200. We had Jeff and Darcy come in at 100. So we're off and running. We also had Mike. He's donated $750 from Jardel Hydraulics, which is great. So anybody who wants in, 833-401-1440, 833-401-1440. Very much appreciate it. And we're helping out the Christmas Bureau. So let's keep it rolling. Now, let's talk a little NFL. We're getting closer. Only a few. Well, technically, this week isn't officially done until tonight, as of course the Green Bay Packers are in action tonight. But we are seeing the playoff picture get a little bit clearer. Now, the Pack, I guess, barring a major collapse, it looks like they're a playoff team. They're hosting New Orleans, who, well, I guess mathematically they still have a chance, but I think it's virtually, well, if they lose, it's definitely none. So let's talk some NFL. Larry Fitzgerald Sr., a longtime reporter, joins us, of course, based out of Minneapolis. And Larry, the Vikings just keep rolling. Philly losing, I guess, takes them out of the running a little bit for first place. But it's crazy to think the Lions and the Vikings are both 13-2. They're in the same division. They meet in the final week of the season, and the winner's likely going to get the number 1 seed, and the loser will get the number 5 seed, which means there's a good chance they might have to meet in the second round. Crazy enough.
Yeah, it's an incredible season so far. I mean, the NFC North has been blockbusters the last couple of seasons. Last year, let's not forget, Detroit won the NFC North. Green Bay qualified as a wild card, and combined, they won 3 playoff games. Detroit won both games at home and then lost to San Francisco, who got to the Super Bowl and lost in overtime to the eventual 2-time champion Kansas City Chiefs. The Vikings this year have just been phenomenal. I mean, the Lions have been explosive. I mean, they're going to be arguably the highest scoring team in the National Football Conference. They're going to score over 500 points, and you look at where Buffalo is, they're going to do the same thing in the AFC. So when you look at teams for explosiveness, that's where you start. But when you look at the Vikings, you look at a precision football team, a team that can run the ball, that can throw the football, has tremendous special teams, good kicking game, and a defense that leads in interceptions and can get after the quarterback. So this has been a phenomenal year for them. They've won 8 games in a row. Kevin O'Connell has done something that no Viking coach in its history has done, and that's to win 13 games, not once, but twice. And this is just his 3rd season. So coming down the stretch, 13-2, best record in the conference, 2 games to play in the division. They got the Packers, their arch rival, Sunday. The game's been moved to 3:25 Central Standard Time. And the Packers play tonight, obviously, on Monday Night Football. And if they win, they'll have 12 wins. And there's never been a division in the history of the NFL to have 3 teams with 13, 13, and 12 wins.
Yeah, it's crazy, right? Like it's really competitive. And you look at the Vikings, like some people thought, oh, you know what, eventually Sam Darnold's going to slow down. Well, it's not the case, Larry. Like you watch him, like there is a reason this guy was a top draft pick, and he's starting to show it this season.
Well, there's no doubt about that. And the familiarity that Kevin O'Connell had with him dating all the way back to high school when they signed him as an unrestricted free agent. You know, I saw Sam Darnold at the Super Bowl. I mean, in Vegas, you know, he's backing up, of course, the San Francisco 49ers starter. And you know what? When he was signed with the Vikings, you knew something was up. That it had to go down to a real understanding of familiarity with a guy who was taken number 1 overall out of USC years ago, and he's had his ups and downs. But I want to tell you, you got to give Kevin O'Connell credit because he has gotten into his mindset and has talked him back into the ability of understanding who he is and playing to his confidence. And when you got great receivers like Justin Jefferson and Jordan Addison and a tight end like they have, you just go roll with it. And that's what the Vikings have done all season. And he has the ability, like no quarterback I've watched in a long time, to keep his eyes down the field. He's not worried about who's the right or the left. He keeps his eyes down the field, and that's why he's got 32 touchdown passes.
Yeah. Well, you know what? And he's got 2 great receivers, right? And that always helps for any quarterback. Every now and then you can throw a few jump balls and trust that your guy is going to go out and get them. But, you know, their offense really, Larry, you watch it, it hasn't like, it had like, I think it was maybe 1 game where you're like, maybe 2. But other than that, like they've been really consistent and like they're a threat. And so you look at, I don't want to look too far ahead, but it's hard not to look to week 18. If you see how they match up against the Lions, how do you feel is the best strength offensively where they can attack that Lions defense?
Well, I look back at the game itself. When Detroit came to Minnesota and played the Vikings jumped up on them, I believe 10-0. They were leading in the first quarter, but Detroit, they had that momentum that started from the offseason and the playoff wins, and they fought their way back. And it came down to the very last drive, and they won with a second left on the clock. They got a field goal for about 40 yards. And so I think the Vikings, no doubt about it, can play with the Detroit Lions. And with this Detroit team now being all banged up, 16, 17 guys hurt, that's not the same team that's going to be playing the Vikings, or met them, I should say, earlier in the season. It's going to be a different team. This Viking team, with the winning streak that they're on, the confidence that they're gaining every week, they're going to go into Detroit and take care of business. I think this team is one of the best teams the Vikings have had in their history.
Well, looking at, at Philadelphia, obviously they lose that game, unfortunately. And Jaden Daniels, Larry, you've seen a lot of young quarterbacks come up. What impresses you most about young Daniels?
Well, he really understands what they expect him to do, and he's got so much confidence for a guy in his first year that you don't really believe this is a first-year guy. And for him all those turnovers they had against the Eagles, and then for him to still throw 5 touchdown passes is one of the most remarkable things I've seen in a long, long time. But Washington's going to be a playoff team. Philadelphia is going to be a playoff team, clearly, from the NFC East. And then the rest, you got 3 coming from the NFC North, and either Tampa Bay or Atlanta is going to win, that division. And so it's going to be a real shootout when the playoffs begin, and the home field is going to be critical.
Oh God, yeah. Green Bay can officially clinch with a win tonight. And you know what? Nothing's being guaranteed. We've seen some upsets here. You look at Arizona, they just basically blew their playoff chances, losing to Carolina. As the Canadian sensation gets the touchdown in overtime for the Panthers. And I look at the AFC quickly, and we see the Chiefs are being the Chiefs again. They just find ways to win consistently. That's all they do. They don't necessarily dominate you, but they just, I don't even know how to explain it properly, because I'm trying to think of a team like this who never really blew you out, but never really looked like they were in trouble either in a game.
Well, the Chiefs are the Chiefs. They're the world champions. They are who they are, and they've shown the world they can beat you by blowing you out, or they can beat you by coming back and getting you late in the game. And this team, they knew what their mission was. They're trying to repeat as a 3-time in the Super Bowl era champion. That's never happened before.
Yeah.
So I think they have shown with their ability with Andy Reid. He's such a calm head coach, but he makes his point by doing things the way he wants to do things. He's got versatility in his coaching staff. He's got a defensive coordinator who's arguably the best, and maybe in the history of the NFL. This is a guy who stopped the New England Patriots from having a perfect season. And so when you can do that kind of stuff with a defensive unit, when he was with the Giants, and now he's with the Patriots, and that defense, they play. They know how to get after you. They know how to pick up weaknesses. And when you've got a Pat Mahomes, man, you can go get your opponent whenever you're playing. It doesn't matter where you're playing at.
Yeah.
He has the confidence and the talent around him, and the players that he's playing with believe if they give him the time to do what he needs to do, they're going to get it done.
Larry, I was asking Connor Halley earlier about the NFL playoffs, and they got it down to only one bye in each conference. I think it's only a matter of time before they get down to none, right? Like, because it's a significant advantage now, and considering that you don't have a balanced schedule every year because you play 6 games against your division, which I'm fine with. I like it. I understand why they do it. How long before do you think? Now I know the current CBA is around for a long time, but do you think they could renegotiate in between then to get rid of the bye, or does that have to stick around that long?
I don't think so. I'm a big proponent of the bye. I believe that the bye is an advantage.
Oh yeah.
Because when I was doing Dennis Green's radio show, he was remarkable with his team coming off of a bye, getting them some rest, that type of thing. And it's more of a psychological thing, but it can be a physical thing too. And so to get that advantage at the end of the season, after playing 18 weeks and 17 games, that is really a big boost and a recharging like a battery. And that's why in the NFL, only 2 teams get it. And that's the best team in the NFC and the best team in the AFC. And so far, it's been a big advantage. At least last year it wasn't, because Kansas City found a way to take it all going on the road, and that means you got to win an extra game. So the team that wins the conference, you only got to win 3 games to win the Super Bowl.
Yes.
And as I learned when my son was playing for the Arizona Cardinals, they weren't the number 1 team in the NFC that year. They got to the Super Bowl. They beat the Philadelphia Eagles in the NFC Championship game, but they had to win 4 games to win the Super Bowl. So they got 3 in the tank, but that 4th one, boy, that's a tough one. And Kansas City proved that they could do it last season.
Yeah, I agree that it's a major advantage, and that's why I wonder if collectively the only team that's an advantage to are 2 a year, right? And so I wonder if the other teams are like, no, let's make this even. Every other league, NBA, NHL, there's no buys for them. And that's why I just wonder if eventually it's there. Maybe they got to wait till the new CBA to get it done or not. Sometimes if both sides agree, they can change it beforehand. And there's also extra money in the pot. Not saying the NFL needs more money. I think they're doing quite well, but I'm kind of curious about that. The other one is you look at some horrible news for Houston. Tank Dell, that horrible injury. Deontay Johnson, though, claimed on waivers today by Houston from Baltimore, 2 teams that are likely for the playoffs. Do you think Johnson can do anything to help Houston?
I'm amazed that a guy is playing on his 4th team in 1 calendar year. Yeah. That to me that's crazy. I've never seen anything like it. Maybe 2 teams, but 4 teams in 1 year. But his services are needed. They definitely need another wide receiver because they already lost Diggs, and to lose a top receiver like they did Sunday or Saturday, I should say, against Kansas City, they're ready to get him in there and see if he can run some routes for him.
Yeah, well, it is crazy to be on that many teams. And, obviously somebody keeps thinking he got some talent. Maybe he's got to sometime I got to maybe live up to this talent. We'll see. Larry, do you have any Christmas traditions on must-have food for you in the Christmas dinner?
Well, nothing changes. It's turkey, it's macaroni cheese, the dressing, a ham, a pot roast, that type of thing. Those are the things that I grew up on as a kid in Chicago. Obviously having some greens, that healthy, either collards or mustard and turnips. I got to have those. So that for Christmas, that's what I'm looking for. And of course, you got to have some cranberry.
Oh, I like it. Well, Larry, all the best to you and yours. Merry Christmas. All the best in 2025. And we'll talk to you again. Thanks so much for your time.
All right. Look forward to it. Thanks again. Merry Christmas.
There you go. There's Larry Fitzgerald, senior, long time, 50 years in covering the NFL. That is a magnificent run. Maybe it's only 45. I thought he said 50 last time we had him on the show. So either way, it's a great run. Speaking of a great run, we got more donations coming in for our Christmas challenge. We just had Mike and the gang come in from Volvo Cars Edmonton. They matched the challenge from David OTR, 500 for all our sponsors. So they are in at 500 bones. So we'll update you on all of that and more when we return. The Merry Monday edition of the Jason Gregor Show, Sports 1440, Oilers Nation, YouTube, Facebook, and X.
New year, new you. Let's kickstart 2025 by making better life choices, starting with quality pizza from Papa John's. Right now, get 25% off any regular menu price pizza with promo code BETTER25. A deal so good, it might just count as self-care. But hurry, resolutions wait for no one. Offer ends January 5th. Order now at papajohns.ca with promo code BETTER25. Better ingredients, better pizza, better get you some Papa John's.
The locks are on a timer. They're going to get out.
Sounds like a job for the men and women of Action Electrical.
Service team reporting. With the remarkable reach of our bucket trucks and other equipment, we assess, service, and maintain your electrical lighting and automation systems.
Facing an electrical menace? Call the men and women of Action. Operating throughout Alberta at actionelectrical.net.
Now for today's holiday special, Legacy Heating and Cooling saves Christmas. Santa's furnace broke down in the shop last night, and the elves couldn't make any toys. That's right, because the HR lady said it's in humane conditions. But ho, 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 golly gee, Santa got a 1-year guarantee, and the elves are working merrily with a brand new furnace from Legacy. Happy holidays from Legacy Heating and Cooling.
For half a century, that's 50 years, GS Construction has been building the foundation of Edmonton and the surrounding area's infrastructure. But let's make one thing clear. This milestone would never be achieved without the dedication of our incredible team. Together, we've built the underground infrastructure that keeps things running smoothly, from the existing
normally
to the
in this
new
block of
underground
airtime.
systems. It's 50 years of hard work the team has put in to make it all possible. Here's to another 50 years. For more on our team and our work, visit gsconstruction.ca.
You don't know what awaits you on the road to come, but with the 2025 XC90 from Volvo of Edmonton, you'll have the versatility to take on whatever life throws at you. The new XC90, a luxurious SUV with seating for up to 7, boasts newly upgraded body and wheel design. It's the perfect choice to drive into the coming year. And right now, you'll save $4,500 and lease from 1.49% on all in-stock 2025 XC90s. Volvo Cars Edmonton. VolvoCarsEdmonton.com, 1205 101 Street Southwest.
Hockey is back, and Play Alberta, Alberta's #1 sportsbook and official partner of the Edmonton Oilers, has you covered with bigger offers, boosted odds, live betting, player props, and more. New to Play Alberta? New players now receive $200 in free bets just for signing up. You already play?
Normally,
Get a $10 free bet for every $100 you bet every week all season long. Visit playalberta.ca and make your picks today. Bonus terms and conditions apply.
For years now, we've been warning Edmontonians on the hazards of our stormwater facilities. While they may appear to look like still ponds, there is moving water beneath the surface, which makes the ice dangerously. The unpredictability of stormwater facilities makes them treacherously unsafe for all winter activities, even walking. So think twice. Don't go on the ice. A safety message from EPCOR.
A mullet for Marvin, a bowl cut for Barry, a pompadour for Peter, who's now really quite hairy. After this Christmas, all the men wish they could get some hair restoration from Dr. Vance Elliott.
Hi, I'm Dr. Vance Elliott. While you're Christmas shopping, consider giving yourself the greatest gift of all, a full natural head of hair. I know the results will be life-changing. Want to make this the year you get your mojo back? Book a free first consultation today at drvancelliot.com.
Rocking around the Christmas tree at the Christmas.
Portions of this hour brought to you by Papa John's. Better holidays start with better ingredients, better pizza from Papa John's. Get 25% off any regular price pizza with the code word BETTER25 at papajohns.ca.
Pro sports, local sports, minor leagues, you got it all. It's the Jason Gregor Show on Sports 1440.
Presented by playalberta.ca, Alberta's only regulated online gambling website.
.345. Welcome back. Jason Gregor, Connor Halley, Sports 1440, Orders Nation, YouTube, Facebook, and X. Hope you're having a lovely day. Man, we're having an awesome day. Stuart just came in, $1,000 donation. He is going to challenge all of the home builders. Stuart from Cantero Homes in at $1,000 for the Christmas Bureau. There's a few home builders out there. I know you. So, yeah, if you want to match it, that's fantastic. So we are having a great day. We also had, during that break, got Ken Franchuk and the gang at Crystal Glass is in for $1,000. So is Cody and everybody at Edmonton Kubota, who are in at $1,000. Nice. So keep on rolling the donations in 833-401-1440. I just added $3,000 to our total. I got to add it up here. We're having an unreal day on the Christmas challenge today. Many of you jumping in with $100, $200. We've had $50. We've had $750, $500, $1,000 challenging. There's some people matching the challenge, right? We had Dave from OTR challenge our sponsors. We had many of those guys. We got Will Hawk Beef Jerky and Wolf GMC, Cattail Crossing, Volvo Edmonton, also Crystal Glass, Silent Ice, Action Electrical, Edmonton Kubota. Also now Jim. Oh, I like this one. Jim coming in from Fountain Tire. He's challenging all the other Fountain Tire owners. Ooh, I like it. It's a little internal challenge. Thanks, Jimmy. That is fantastic. Jim, are you still sandbagging it? I met Jim many years ago at the golf course first time. Really silently a good golfer. Those Fountain Tire guys, a little bit of sandbaggers. That's all I know. Sandbaggers, but Jimmy's a beauty. And there you go, $1,000. So awesome. So we just got $4,000 right there from Fountain Tire, from Edmonton Kubota, Crystal Glass, and Stuart from Cantero Homes is challenging all the home builders to match or just make a donation. Doesn't have to match. Just make a donation. Fantastic. 833-401-1440. I had said, Cons, like not even knowing where we started, I said, maybe we get to 15. We're already over 15. By my math calculations, we are, well, I got to do it exact. So I'll just say we're over 17. I don't know exactly how much, but we're over 17K. And we're not even, so let's keep it rolling here. I think it's safe to say now, let's push for 20 on a merry Monday. It'll add up. We've had lots of hundreds and 200s. Cons and Declan each came in at 200 bones. Cam Tate, Carius was in at 500. Cantork and Colin Livingston are in at 500 as well. We had some listeners, Fabian and Adam and Lauren, my mom. She challenging all the moms and the grandmas. I like that. So fantastic. 833-401-1440 on a merry Monday. Now, let's get to Cam Tate. And the 2-minute warning brought to you by Legacy Heating and Cooling, where the rates never change. If all of a sudden your furnace conks out, you need help, whether it's on the weekend, when it's late at night, no overtime charges. That's how you build a legacy at legacyheating.ca. Of course, Cam, a longtime journalist in town, Cam's in a wheelchair, has been there, has cerebral palsy, been there his entire life. But guess what? Doesn't slow him down. He's making a donation today. Attaboy Tater. He came in with a $200 donation. And through the wonders of technology, Tater's always wanted to be on radio. And now his words come to life in the 2-minute warning.
Normally in this block of airtime, and Gregor, I cannot thank you enough for the opportunity for allowing me to partake in broadcast. We discuss sports, like, is it time to push the handy-dandy panic button on one Evan Bouchard? Or will Trey Ford be the Edmonton Elks starter? Or the wonderful work the Edmonton Riverhawks do in setting attendance in the West Coast League? And we will continue to do so next year. See where I'm going there? Did I get you? Okay, sorry. But today, well, it's kind of special. Because in 2 days, the big day is near, Christmas. And if you don't celebrate Christmas, you might notice things slow down. And normal, it's punted right out the door. So today, on this broadcast bonanza, we're kind of giving sports a break. Well, kind of. The thing I want to love that word chat about, is related to sports. Big time. It's the thing that stirs the drink. The common denominator, if you will, of sports. Now, I'm no marketing guru, but I have a thought. How that one thing all sports teams and all athletes have can be something you can give someone, that someone you are stumped, can't decide what to get them? No way, no how. But maybe, there's something they are attempting to do, but they keep running into bumps in the road, and they're having trouble achieving what they truly want. They would be good at it. They know they would be a great fit, so why not? Consider this. Write them a letter, perhaps a video, even a text, with just 2 words, nothing more. 2 words all sports teams and athletes do, whether they win everything or whether they finish in last place. It's something champions do, which make their success even more profound. 2 words can change that. So why not give them this festive season who really, really needs it? Those 2 words. Try again. From our family, son Darren, daughter-in-law Sheila, grandson Nick, his partner Sarah, and grandsons Christopher and Matthew. We wish you a championship Christmas. 2-minute warning. With me, Tater, Monday, Friday, Gregor Show Sports, 14.40.
Very good story, Tater, as always. We appreciate it. And I know this time of year, you know what? We had also Jason, the school teacher, came in at $100 donation and just said, hey, guys, I've been a listener ever since just a game with driving around, getting some last-minute gifts and listening to the show. And just, you know what, feeling a little down with Christmas as his mom's not going to be here for the first time. So, Jay, we're thinking about you and everybody in your family. The first one's always hard. And so he just wanted to kind of pay it forward and made a donation for the Christmas Bureau. So that's awesome, right? Sure, mom will be very proud of that. Attaboy. And I can tell, I know there's a lot of people out there that, the first, anytime you have a loved one that isn't around, first can be hard. So can 5th or 10th. I can say with certainty, it gets a little easier. This will be, oh my goodness, my father. This will be 24 Christmases without him, and there's still at times there are moments where you're like, man, wish he was here, but it doesn't take away from all the excitement that we experience at Christmas. It's just, it's a small thing, but I do know the first one is very hard for whether you lose your parent. Some people have lost a spouse, a child, and our hearts definitely go out to all of those this year. Cons is on the other side. He's going to have his first Christmas with his son. That's pretty exciting, right? The biggest battle around the Halley house will be who gets to hold the baby the most. That'll be the that'll be the challenge. But
we were at a party on Saturday, Gregor. You finish what you're going to say.
Yeah, and I was just going to say, like, it's the cycle of life. You have some families are grieving and others are celebrating, and you know what? And everybody goes through both at a different time. And so we definitely think about all those who will be the first Christmas and first Hanukkah or first whatever you're celebrating without a loved one this year, for sure. And at the same time, those who are getting to celebrate for the first time, enjoy it.
Yeah, absolutely. Unfortunately, been there with grandparents. It's tough. You never forget them, and I feel like you always kind of think of them on these big days. But just on the flip side, like you said, we were at a little get together with family on Saturday. Started at 6:30. We were there the first, thinking we'd leave soon. Also, were there the longest because everybody wanted to hold Benny, and he just got passed around. I think he slept the whole time, had a great nap. But it is funny. It becomes kind of a nice little break at these get-togethers where we don't have to do much parenting. Like, people want to feed them, people want to burp them. People are willing to change the diaper. We just sit there, and we were watching college football. It was great.
Oh yeah, no, it's a nice little reprieve. Everybody's washing their hands too. With the newborns, of course, because they don't have an immune system yet. So that's always a good reminder. But it is it's a special time. There'll be lots of pictures this year, and then you just wait until like your kids, like the first time, like they really understand. This year, your little guy Benny's not going to be too enthralled. You guys will be opening lots of gifts for him probably, but wait, like it all depends kind of when they're born. But 2, they kind of get it. 3, I find, is like where they really get going, and then 4 to like 10, 11, 12, 13. That's when it's just, they're waking up at 5 o'clock in the morning. They can't wait. They're so pumped, and you're a little tired, but they get so excited. It's hard not to get in the spirit of just, the joy and the wonder, and they see Santa Claus, and they got the Santa Claus tracker now, and all those things that kind of, add a little joy to it sometimes. I know for my cousin, my nephews and niece who are older than my son, they've all said that he's added a, kind of that renewed joy about the excitement of Christmas. And I think that's the same for every family out there so hopefully you get to celebrate with your family and your friends, and you have a great time these next few days. And that's all you can hope for. I know not everybody's in that situation. I know that's why we're helping out the Christmas Bureau today. So if you're in a good family situation, and we got this from Dan, he's donating, he's going to match 200, and just says, hey guys, to every family out there who is able to donate on behalf of those who don't have it right now. Well said, Dan. We appreciate that. So 833-401-1440, 833-401-1440. We are on our Christmas challenge today. It's been a fantastic, unbelievable first few hours. We'll update you on where we're at and see where we can get in the final 2 hours of the show. So it's just, you're challenging. You can make a challenge to whoever you like. We've got, the latest one, Stuart came in at $1,000 donation. He's challenging all of the home builders. Now, he made $1,000 donation. Like we said, there's no pressure. You can, if you're a home builder, you want to match it, unbelievable. You want to go 500, 600, 700, pick a number. Hey, maybe you want to double it. It doesn't matter. It's all great. And it's going to go to help out the Christmas Bureau, our final day today on the month of giving. And we're at 833-401-1440, 833-401-1440 is where you can text in with your name and your number, and hopefully we can get it there. I think we're closing in on a pretty big total number for the month as well. So I want to kind of add in that calculation, see if maybe we can have a really good final 2 hours of the show. So take a quick break after Connor Halley and a Sports 1440 update brought to you by your Alberta GMC dealers. The Canada-wide clearance is on now at GMC. Get a $7,500 cash credit on a 2024 Sierra 1500 Crew Cab Elevation. See more at gmcoffers.ca.
This is the Sports 1440 update.
The Edmonton Oilers have signed forward Connor Cladberg to a 3-year entry-level contract. He was the team's 5th-round pick in the 2024 draft. He's 10 goals, 8 helpers in 22 games so far this season in the OHL with the Flint Firebirds. On the ice night in the NHL, it's a busy one. You got the Penguins, Flyers, Lightning, Panthers, Red Wings host the Blues, Caps taking on the Bruins, Islanders, Sabres, Hurricanes travel to Nashville, Wild host the Hawks, the Sharks taking on the Canucks, Utah host Stars, and the Ducks in Sin City. Earlier today, the Devils blank the Rangers 5-0, and at home, the Leafs fall to the Jets 5-2. In the NFL, Week 16 will wrap up tonight as the 10-4 Packers host the 5-9 Saints. That goes at 6:15 from Lambeau in the Association. Toronto back in action. They'll take on the Knicks. Tip-off at 5:30. College football today. 2 finals. Northern Illinois knocks off Fresno State in double overtime. That was the famous Idaho Potato Bowl. And earlier today in the Myrtle Beach Bowl, UTSA over Coastal Carolina 44-15. Indiana quarterback Nathan Rourke won the 2024 John Cornish Trophy, the top Canadian playing in the NCAA. Rourke, 24, transferred to Indiana last December from Ohio and led the school to an 11-2 record. And brutal news for the Houston Texans. As expected, Tank Dell will miss the remainder of the season with a dislocated kneecap and a torn ACL that he suffered in Kansas City. The team has claimed Deontay Johnson off the waivers from the Baltimore Ravens. Coming up in hour 3 of the Jason Gregor Show, we'll ask 5 questions and be joined by Dave McCarthy from SiriusXM. I'm Connor Halley. This has been a Sports 1440 update.
Sports 1440, Stingray radio station. CKJR broadcasts from West Edmonton Mall and Wetaskiwin.
Download the free Stingray music app and listen wherever you go.
Well, get ready for a silly hockey fan. Your partner in power just skated onto the ice.
EWEL.ca, the new e-commerce website for electrical wholesalers Edmonton, is ready for the power play 24/7, 365.
UL skates to where the puck will be in 5 years. Now that's forward thinking.
Killer selection, slamming products from the best brands, and legendary service.
Don't sit on the bench. Get your account today at EWEL.ca and win that project.
Plug into your partner in power. Get an EWEL.ca account today.
Mr. Rooter decorates a gingerbread house.
Wow. What did you do here, Mr. Rooter?
Well, we've got a Jube Jube toilet, complete with an icing-based wax seal. The main water line is licorice, red for hot, black for cold. You got your standard marshmallow hot water tank and a candy cane sewer line. And on the outside, candy corn hose bibs. Disgusting, but they get the job done.
To have your Yule clogs fixed, trust one plumber, Mr. Rooter.
New year, new you. Let's kickstart 2025 by making better life choices, starting with quality pizza from Papa John's. Right now, get 25% off any regular menu price pizza with promo code BETTER25. A deal so good, it might just count as self-care. But hurry, resolutions wait for no one. Offer ends January 5th. Order now at papajohns.ca with promo code BETTER25. Better ingredients, better pizza, better get you some Papa John's.
At Leading Edge Physiotherapy, we believe in the wisdom of Patch Adams. Treat a disease, you win, you lose. Treat a person, I guarantee you'll win no matter what the outcome. We don't treat conditions, we treat people. From personalized treatment plans to compassionate care, we're committed to helping you achieve your goal. That's why hands-on techniques, unique technologies, and a commitment to hiring amazing people mixed with friendly, fun neighborhood environments. And ta-da! No, it's not magic. It's about being human. Sometimes being human hurts, but life shouldn't hurt. LeadingEdgePhysio.com.
Santa sweat, dripping on the tree, due to that new furnace that you got from Legacy.
Legacy Heating and Cooling wants to help you prepare for Santa. A nice warm stop during the cold night is the gift you give him. And Legacy can help with no payments and no interest for 1 year on your festive new furnace, because warm homes get better presents. Happy holidays from Legacy Heating and Cooling.
Everybody now, Santa sweat, Santa sweat. This is really weird. Santa perspiration.
Checking off your gift list can go more smoothly when you give smoothies. From now till December 31st, buy a $30 Booster Juice gift card and gift yourself with any regular size smoothie for free. Try the new salted caramel smoothie made with vanilla oat beverage, vanilla frozen yogurt, and decadent caramel. It pairs magically with the salted caramel booster ball, bursting with score toffee bites, cinnamon, maple syrup, cashew butter, and more. Happiest of holidays from Booster Juice. Download the Booster Rewards app today.
Need a solid foundation without the fuss? Richard and Kalina at DCL Pile Driving have your back. Locally owned, they offer straight, driven piles. No screwing around. Serving all of Alberta, DCL Pile Driving gets your foundation ready in hours with minimal ground disturbance. Perfect for tight spaces, whether it's for a deck, grain bins, or RTMs. Tell them the radio sent you and receive a special discounted rate. Call or text 587-322-PILE. DCL Pile Driving. Don't get screwed. Get piles driven.
Portions of this hour brought to you by Leading Edge Physio. The team at Old Strathcona has special training dedicated to reducing the impact of cancer care before, during, and after your diagnosis, from lymphedema to the management of fatigue and side effects of chemotherapy and radiation. They can help. Learn more at leadingedgephysio.com.
The Jason Gregor Show, the best of Edmonton sports talk and beyond. This is Sports 1440.
Presented by PlayAlberta.ca, Alberta's only regulated online gambling website.
Welcome back. The Merry Monday edition of the Jason Gregor Show. Great song. Great tune. Hope you're having an awesome day. It's the Gregor Show presented by PlayAlberta.ca, where you can get in the game. Of course, a heavy dose of NHL action tonight before they go silent for 3 days. No games on the 24th, 25th, and 26th. Then they're back at 8 games on Friday. The Oilers will get back on the schedule next Saturday for an afternoon game in LA. They're actually 2 o'clock Edmonton time, both Saturday and Sunday against the Kings and the Anaheim Ducks. And then the Oilers return home and they take on a team that's playing pretty well. A team that's, I think maybe surprised a few folks with just how well they've done with all their injuries and stuff. The Utah Hockey Club, they are here on New Year's Eve to wrap up the 2024 calendar year. So we got a few more donations, 833-401-1440. Brad came in at $100. Attaboy, Brad. Thank you very much for that. And so with Brad's donation today, we are now over $18,500. We're at $18,550 to be exact. $18,550, which is outstanding. So we'd love to get to 20. I think we can do, hey, we're at 18.5, and that's like just over halfway through the show today. We did a little bit of a challenge, and we had lots of people matching it. Right. I started out because this is my error. It's a good error, but so I've donated the first 1,000, and then we had to challenge it. And so these are the people that have matched that. We've had Brent and Sean, my buddies, also Deli. We had Dan from Silent Ice. We had Blake and everybody at Action Electrical. Jim Bailey at Fountain Tire. Ken and everybody at Crystal Glass. We also had Cody and everybody at Kubota Tractors. Bruce came in at 1,000. Listener Bruce. Also, Stuart did a challenge of $1,000 for all the home builders. He's from Cantero Homes. It's outstanding. We also had Dave from On the Rocks and Trent at Wilhock Beef Jerky, Doug at Wolf GMC, Mark at Cattail Crossing, Mike at Volvo Cars Edmonton, Colin Livingston at Cantork. They're all in at 500, along with Kevin Carius from the morning show came in at 500. Listeners Adam, Lauren, and Todd. Also, my mom challenging all the mums and the grandmas for $500. So thank you very much. We had Cheryl came in at 300. Atta girl Cheryl, love it. We had Cam Tate at 200. Brad and Brent, the father-son combo, each at 200 with Connor and Declan. And then we have Jeff and Darcy and Jason, the school teacher, Kevin, and now Brad. So we're off and running. So you want in? We also had Mike from, he came in at 750, challenging all the hydraulic companies. So, and again, you don't have to match it. You can just, he's trying to get some, home builders, hydraulics, advertisers, dads, new dads for Connor. Declan challenging anybody 27 and under to make a donation. We have moms, grandmas, friends, just anybody. It's a challenge. Basically, it's our Christmas challenge today. So 833-401-1440. We're at 18,550. We got to get to 20,000 at least. I'd love to chase our one-day record, in fact. Because to be at this much halfway through the show, I think we could do it. Right? We've had a lot of companies stepping up for $1,000. I know there's a few more out there, and that really moves the needle quickly. And we could do it. Our one-day record is 23,600 from last year, which kind of came out of nowhere. I was stunned, but we're on pace. I'm just saying. All of you sports fans, you know it. Hey, what's McDavid on pace for? How many goals is Leon Draisaitl on pace for? We love the on pace stats. So I think we could do it. Technically, we're on pace for like over 30, but we don't need to get greedy. We'd love to get to 20. Maybe we could have some fun trying to push it to 23. So 833-401-1440. Any amount today. We're taking $50. Actually, you know what? Totally. We do have Sheldon who came in at 50 and Nancy and as well as young Jonathan, 10 years old, donated $50, challenging all the kids. Love it. Love it, young Jonathan. Ooh. Stan will be watching that. I'll tell you right now. Right? A good deed never goes unnoticed, Jonathan. At least that's what our parents said. So hopefully it's true. Parents will be very proud. I love it. So any kids out there want a match, get in the game. $25. That's our minimum we take for the Christmas Bureau. But that's okay. It'll be awesome. Now, coming up later on this hour, Dave McCarthy is going to join us. We also have Kevin Woodley, who's always coming through on Mondays. He'll be in at 5:20. We got Spec. The Edmonton Oilers. We do have lots of questions, and I want to read some of these texts. 833-401-1440. 833-401-1440 in our email inbox. Hey, boys, watching last night, I noticed that Arvidsson got bumped up instead of Jeff Skinner. Do you think Skinner's ever going to get a long look in the top six? It's a great question. Now, Chris Knobloch was asked about Jeff Skinner's playing time, right, last night. And basically, he just said, you know what, he's playing where he can elevate guys. Look at our team and who he's elevating, right? He said, tonight I thought it was a good game for him, Derek Ryan, and Corey Perry. They played extremely well. They spent a lot of time in the offensive zone around the net. That's what I expect from him. And it's true. Skinner missed that great chance. Did you see his reaction? When Jeff Skinner's probably feeling it, he's putting that goal top shelf, and he's not putting it into the pads. But even for a guy that scored as many goals as Jeff Skinner has, confidence can get to you. It just does. It's hard to explain why. You can be successful for years, and then for a certain time in a season, you can struggle, and your finish isn't as crisp around the net. It's like Evan Bouchard right now. Like Evan Bouchard is a little bit of an adventure with the puck. It used to, and that to me is, as strange as this might sound, Evan Bouchard struggles because they're more puck related than positioning related. I think there's a really good chance he can get out of it. Evan Bouchard's a very good puck mover. Right? He's actually pretty good at deking around guys as well. But we saw him get stripped from Cousins. We've seen his passes here lately, like not good by his standards. But those are things like if you're asking me what I was most confident that Evan Bouchard could do, and that'd be moving the puck, right, and making good decisions with the puck. Lately, that's where he struggled. It's not being his defensive positioning. It's not like we're seeing him not covering the guy wide open in front of the net. That's not it. Now that you may be more concerned because, that's more of a positional thing. This is just a skill thing, and I think Bouchard's skill will come back. So maybe I'm wrong because it's been a while, right? Like you've seen this now for a few months. He's just been on the ice for too many goals against. And lately, he's been a direct result for some of them. So they need that to fit in for sure. So Mike actually just texts back in. He's going an even 1,000 for his Gerdell hydraulic services. Attaboy, Mike. I love it. So he's changing that. Fantastic. So we'll send that note over to everybody at the Christmas Bureau. So that just pushes up a little closer. Fantastic. Awesome. Thank you very much, Mike. I love it. Love it. So 833-401-1440. Hey, boys, Matthew Olivier for Jeff Skinner, straight up. Hey, Matthew Olivier, I think he's going to have some teams interested in him. Now, he got off to an unbelievable start in Columbus. And did we all think that was sustainable, the amount of goals he was scoring? No. He wasn't going to be a guy who was going to score 25 goals, right? Obviously not. But, he's got 9 goals on the season. He's got 14 points. Big. He's one of the toughest guys in the league, right? Like there's no debate on that. And I think he just scored his last game. So, or his second last game either, but he's got, he's slowed down his goal scoring anyway. I think he's got 2 goals in his last, 13 games. So I would never expect him to score at the pace he was at, but he's still chipping in. He's physical. He's playing a lot of minutes. Like you look at it, he played 20 minutes one night for Columbus. 20. Like he's not a fourth line guy right now in Columbus. Now they're a non-playoff team. So I understand that. And that's why it's always, if you acquire him and you play him where suddenly he's down to 10 or 11 minutes, well, then you got to expect that his production is going to be the same thing. right? Like it's going to diminish as well. But I think he is a tough guy who can play, right? So as long as, you pay him accordingly and you don't get caught up with the get paid in a career year, which, for him, he's going to want that, as he should. Because for all the players who don't cash in on career years, you hope to be the lucky guy who can cash in, right? Like he's making 1.1 mil. He's 27 years of age. I think there's no doubt he's improved. But like, how much do you want to pay him? Right? Like if we look long-term, so let's say you acquired him and you signed him, right? Could he replace Corey Perry at $1.3 million? Right? 1.4? Like Corey Perry's giving you really good production. For what he's getting paid, he's on pace to be a double-digit goal scorer. And he scored all his goals 5-on-5. Like Corey Perry's been a really good signing so far this year for the Oilers. You can't debate it. It's been solid. So like even if his production slows down, he only scores 4 goals the rest of the way, still 10-goal scorer. Nothing wrong with that. But Olivier's big. He can kill penalties if need be. Like that's the advantage. Like having a bottom 6 guy who can actually be used on your penalty kill, that is huge. Hey, Greg, doesn't Skinner have a no movement clause? He does. But like I said, a no movement clause, all that does is give you a say in where you're going to go, right? And so it can limit it for a team, no question. But if a team is like, hey, man, we're not going to play you because we don't see a fit for you here, like no movement clause just gives you some extra control. But it doesn't guarantee you can never get moved. We've seen guys with no movement clause get traded all the time. So we'll see. Hey, Greg, he's the last man back. He tries to make a move, dump it in. Bush needs to stop doing what we teach Pee Wee hockey kids not to do, from Elvis. Well, Elv, here's the difference. And I'll say this in all politeness. I never compare Pee Wee players to NHL players. And as a coach himself, I teach my young kids to make plays. If you're the last guy, but you're confident you can get around the guy, I don't have a problem trying it. Because just dumping it in, sometimes it's just a safe giveaway is really what it is, right? It's never looked as a giveaway, but you dump it in and the other team gets possession right away. That's a turnover. Now it's farther from your net, doesn't lead in goal. I get all that. But I don't like coaching to be cautious all the time. Bouchard, that's a play he can normally make when you know you're the last guy. Well, you protect the puck so you can't get it stripped, right? Like you can still be the last guy, make a play, but make an educated play. Right? Make it a hard play. That's what he didn't do. So I don't ever just teach kids, if you're the last player, that means you can never try. What if you're going with full speed and the kid's standing still? You just want him to dump it in? Every situation's different. Then you never say never to kids. That's what I was taught at the coaching. Don't use the word never do this. Because then in their mind, they'll certain times they just won't try something. Never go up the middle. Well, what if the guy's wide open up the middle? Dave, why didn't you pass? Well, coach, you said never do it. Can't use that word. Can't use always. Can't use never. You just can't in coaching because lots of kids will take things literally. So I don't think Paul Coffey's ever told Bouchard never. If you're the last guy, you can never try a move. Just if you're the last guy, you better make sure you make the move. That's what happens. And Bouchard right now, it's not working for him. I think when he's confident is on his game, Nick Cousins doesn't strip the puck. Good news is, like I've said, even with the errors that Bouchard's making and stuff, the Oilers are still dominant. Right? Like they've been a dominant team. Bouchard's not going to play this poor all year long. He's got more to his game. Now, when that comes out, it's a good question. Hey, Greg's Olivier's a heavy guy. Be toughness for the players. Hey, dude, would the Oilers do it? Yes, because it would save them cap space, but why is Columbus making that trade? Right? Like you're not trading Matthew Olivier for Jeff Skinner, who's an unrestricted free agent. If you're trading Olivier, you're probably going to get a pick or something that could help you down the road, or a young prospect. Now, Skinner might be part of the trade to make it work, but is he going to agree to it? I don't know. That's the challenge of moving Skinner. But the longer this goes, like I said, unless there's an extended injury, I'm not sure I see Jeff Skinner really getting a chance in your top 6. And if he's not in your top 6, does he really help you in your bottom 6? It's a Great question. We'll come back. Injuries. We're going to talk some pretenders and contenders with Dave McCarthy next on The Gregor Show, presented by PlayAlberta.ca.
Legacy Heating and Cooling is your #1 furnace service company for the holidays because we don't charge overtime rates, including 24/7 emergency. Oh, I need service, please, Santa. Tell me your price. My furnace is naughty. Would you please make it nice? No, I can't wait to find it under my tree. Please send me service from Legacy. No overtime or emergency rates during the holidays or ever. That's how you service your legacy. Legacy Heating and Cooling.
We've finished construction of our gamma radiation containment facility. Is it up to code? Is it going to be safe?
Sounds like a job for the men and women of Action Electrical.
Testing team reporting. We test your commercial operations using tools like infrared to ensure safe operation. Trust us to prevent potential calamity before it strikes.
Facing an electrical menace? Call the men and women of Action. Operating throughout Alberta at actionelectrical.net.
New year, new you. Let's kickstart 2025 by making better life choices, starting with quality pizza from Papa John's. Right now, get 25% off any regular menu price pizza with promo code BETTER25. A deal so good, it might just count as self-care. But hurry, resolutions wait for no one. Offer ends January 5th. Order now at papajohns.ca with promo code BETTER25. Better ingredients, better pizza, better get you some Papa John's.
You don't know what awaits you on the road to come, but with the 2025 XC90 from Volvo of Edmonton, you'll have the versatility to take on whatever life throws at you. The new XC90, a luxurious SUV with seating for up to 7, boasts newly upgraded body and wheel design. It's the perfect choice to drive into the coming year. And right now, you'll save $4,500 and lease from 1.49% on all in-stock 2025 XC90s. Volvo Cars Edmonton. VolvoCarsEdmonton.com, 1205 101 Street Southwest.
A premier hockey solution with a clear path for long-term development is proud to be entering its 8th season of independent borderless hockey, featuring provincial and cross-province competition with showcase-style regular season gameplay and a strong commitment to individual skill development. It's an attractive option for those seeking family life balance. The Hockey Super League offers opportunities for both male and female athletes born between 2012 and 2017. Visit hockeysuperleague.com for more information.
Hey, sports fans, we've got a clear choice for you. At Crystal Glass, we provide customers with the perfect glass for any job. From home to auto and even commercial, installation or repairs, we're your team. Call 310 Glass or visit crystalglass.ca. Crystal Glass.
Delicious news. The McDonald's meals you love are now $9.99 every day. Grab your faves like the Big Mac, 6-piece McNuggets, McChicken, or Filet-O-Fish with medium fries and a medium fountain drink for $9.99 each plus tax. At participating McDonald's restaurants in Edmonton, Alberta, and the surrounding area. Prices exclude delivery.
Get early access to the Bricks Boxing Week blowout. Shop real Boxing Day prices now with deals for every room of your home. Shop Door Crasher specials like a 3-piece stainless steel appliance package for just $18.97. Take up to $3,000 off big screen TVs, up to $2,000 off sectionals, and up to $750 off sofas. Plus, buy more, save more on dining and bedroom furniture, up to 25% off. Some exclusions apply. See in store for details. The Brick, saving you more.
Everyone at Brentridge Ford on the Wetaskiwin Auto Mile would like to wish you all the best during this festive season. Enjoy good food, good friends, and time spent with family. Merry Christmas and Happy New Year from Richard Leslie and all the staff at Brentridge Ford.
Portions of this hour brought to you by Papa John's. Better holidays start with better ingredients, better pizza from Papa John's. Get 25% off any regular price pizza with code word BETTER25 at papajohns.ca.
Look good, feel good, play good. It's the Jason Gregor Show. Thanks for listening to Sports 1440.
Presented by PlayAlberta.ca, Alberta's only regulated online gambling website.
.423, welcome back. Sports 1440, Jason Gregor Show. alongside Connor Halley. It is Merry Monday, and what a day it has been for the month of giving. So we just had Josh come in. He's doing a small town challenge from the Hamlet Village Outliers in Oil Country. He's donating $100. Josh in Farentoff. Nice. Love the Hamlets. Shout out New Sarepta. All right. God, they lost their village status, went to a Hamlet. Brutal. So downside. That's a tough one. It's a tough one for sure. But you know what? You want in 833-401-1440, 833-401-1440. Very much appreciate it. So we've got challenges from $100, $200, $300. We've got it from home builders from $1,000. We have sponsors from $500. Just listeners doing 200 cons. Any new fathers out there, challenging them. Declan, anybody 27 and under. Also college football fans. Myself, I did $1,000 for any of friends. People we know, partners, and man, we've had a lot of people step up for $1,000 today. Lots at 500 and 200 and 300. So doing the quick math, we are inching closer to $20,000. So let's get it going here. And who knows, maybe let's try to get to 20 grand before the top of the hour. How about that? So we need 1,100 more to get there. So whether you want to do a $100 donation, $50, a challenge someone, or $1,000, it's for the Christmas Bureau. Say anybody living in another small hamlet, man, we could name all the small hamlets. That'd be fantastic. I know there's some of you listening. That'd be great. 833-401-1440. As now, let's get to Around the NHL, brought to you by McDonald's. And right now, you can get $1 coffees. Very simple, very easy, but only at McDonald's. As we welcome in Dave McCarthy from SiriusXM. Dave, how you doing?
Oh, I feel like I'm in Edmonton right now. I'm driving through a blizzard to get home for Christmas here after the Leafs lost to Winnipeg. So, yeah, all good, Jason, all good.
Big snowstorm there. Yeah, the Leafs. Now, what's up with Tanev?
Well, we were told day to day. He blocked a shot the other night against the New York Islanders. He took the warm-up today. So the fact that he took the warm-up and was a late scratch would suggest that in this situation, he is in fact day-to-day and not New Age Maple Leafsy day-to-day, which can mean a trip to Germany for further consultation. So I guess we'll get a better idea on Friday when the Leafs get back in action. But like I said, the fact that he took the warm-up and then they just sat him out for precaution to me suggests it's a minor thing.
Okay. Well, that's good news. Austin Matthews, they're going to have to shut him down.
Well, look, he didn't play again today. That's not a surprise at all to any of us who heard what Craig Berube had to say on Saturday. He said that when he rests, he gets some relief, but it's not enough yet to get him back in. It was asked, do you think he's going to be ready to go on the weekend? He went to his stock line of, well, I'm not a doctor. I can't answer that question. We'll have to see how he recovers over the Christmas break. I would be surprised, quite honestly, if he plays coming out of the break, just simply because they won't have practiced before they next play on Friday. And I think it would be foolish to just jam him into a game. Having not played in over a week, that doesn't make a lot of sense to me. Then they play again on Saturday at home. So if he doesn't play Friday, I don't think he's going to play Saturday. I would expect, if at all, in the next little while, not till the New Year's Eve game next week when they have a practice. But that's just pure speculation at this point. Because what the concern to me is, Jason, is that they said there's some degree of this injury being related to what kept them out 9 games throughout most of November. And at that time, the message was that they want to sit him out, make sure this issue that had been lingering since training camp is in the rearview mirror, they get past it, and that it doesn't become something that continues to bother him throughout the remainder of the year. Well, here we are about 3 weeks later after he gets back in the lineup. He takes a couple of hits on Friday against Buffalo, and we're back to whatever this issue was being aggravated again. So clearly it's not in the rearview mirror, despite the fact that he took the better part of 3.5 weeks off. That's a concern to me, because that to me suggests that he's not ever going to be fully healthy this season. And so if they're going to go anywhere, they need him at as full health as possible. Right now, they've got the luxury to take their time because they're not in any duress in the standings. To me, that would be the most prudent course of action.
Okay. Well, yeah, it does seem like it's always a concern when a guy comes back for a game and then is out again right away after. That is less than ideal. And I look at Toronto, and to me, they're a legit playoff team. They're a contender there. But if Austin Matthews isn't healthy, they're not a cup contender in my eyes. They're just not. He and even with him, there's no guarantee. But so that's why, like, to me, their priority has to be the whole season. Everybody's talked about, hey, you got to make the playoffs to then have playoff success. I understand that. But I think Toronto's proven they can be a playoff team. They might not finish first in the division, whatever, but they can be a playoff team without Austin Matthews. But if they want to be a playoff winning team, they desperately need him.
You're absolutely right. They're not a cup contender without Austin Matthews at his best or close to his best. How do I know that? Because in the last number of playoff seasons, Austin Matthews, William Nylander, Mitch Marner have not been at their best in the playoffs. And what's happened? Leafs have gone out quickly. So to sit here and say that Leafs are a cup contender, even if Matthews isn't at his best, and they can't even win a round without him playing good. And so that's the conundrum they find themselves in right now. Look, the Leafs are an interesting team. They've improved defensively quite a bit from where they had been in the past. What's accompanied that is the fact that not only have they improved defensively, but it's come at the cost of offense. They're not scoring nearly to the same pace that they had been in previous years. So now the balance is trying to find a way to be better defensively where they don't give very much up. Last handful of games defensively, they've slipped a little bit too, where like detail wise, they've really beaten themselves with, in tennis, you'd call it unforced errors. So, every team's going to have a little bit of a slip. They got to find a way to produce a little bit more. And it's interesting. We're looking at some advanced stats earlier today. Leafs lead the league in dumping the puck in on the rush. Like, I know Craig Berube wants to play more of a north-south system. I want them to do that as well. I think that is more conducive to playoff success. However, the Leafs have enough talent where, to me, you don't have to concentrate on dumping it in every time, just when it's the right time, when you have no other play. And I think if they were, concentrating on hanging onto the puck a little bit more when they're coming through the neutral zone under control with speed, with numbers, that's where they might be able to generate a little bit more. So that's part of the balancing act. But again, it comes with a caveat that if Austin Matthews isn't one of those guys carrying the puck, the whole point is kind of moot.
Yeah, very, very true. Dave, I will give the New Jersey Devils social media team huge props. They had a garbage can floating down the river on fire, and they just sent it and then they had the Rangers logo in front of it. The Rangers get spanked 5-0 today by the Devils. They had 12 shots on goal. Like, the Rangers, ever since Chris Drury went public with the list, they have been absolutely awful.
They have been, like, it was another one of those games where I checked the scoreboard just like I did the other day. I think last weekend they were playing the Kings in the afternoon, and I looked down and I literally said out loud, "Oh my God, it's 4-0." And then saw that they only had 12 shots. Listening to some of the talk coming out of the room, guys saying, "Look, we know we need to play with some desperation. Why we're not translating it onto the ice, I don't know." That's really concerning. Like, they're coming apart at the seams. They kind of remind me of the Leafs from about whatever it was, maybe 10, 12 years ago, where Brian Burke delivered the infamous 18-wheeler off a cliff quote. Because that's what happened. I think they're 4-13 in their last 17 games, and you look now, they're 10 points behind Carolina. Like, I don't see them finding a way to get into the top 3 in the Metro, and who would have thought that coming into the year? And, you know, and now they got to worry about making sure that 5 teams in the Atlantic don't get away from them. And I just don't see any signs of life at all. So clearly the way Chris Drury went about his business has adversely affected the locker room, and they've been unable to recover from it. Like, I get every manager is always looking around. Nobody's untradeable to an extent, right? But for him to come out and announce it like he did, I just didn't really see the purpose for that. And it's really backfired on them. And to me, you know, you're almost at the point now where you're looking at this season and it's almost appearing like it's becoming unsalvageable.
Well, something's got to give, man. Like, it's beyond ridiculous how bad they've been. And I just, you know, Chris Drury's the coach, like anybody, players, coach, they've traded 2 guys. That hasn't done anything. So I get, like, what's next? The coach or the GM? Like, this to me is fascinating for a team. You know, like, you signed Shesterkin, and it basically since the Shesterkin extension and them announcing who's going public, the Rangers, if it wasn't for Buffalo, they'd be the worst team in the NHL.
Yeah, I mean, I get, you know, you look, do you move on from the manager? But in terms of actually salvaging a season, can you point to an example where firing the manager in season has resulted in some sort of reversal of fortune, the way sometimes removing a head coach and replacing him in season does? I can't think of one. I mean, to me, that's an admission of, well, we need to go in a different direction. The group that we have is not going to be capable of winning any longer. And we don't want the guy who's got his hands on the wheel now to be the guy making the decision on how we chart a path forward. I don't see that as a method of salvaging the season, to me. So, you know, you wonder if part of it too is just the fact that I always looked at the Rangers when they hired Peter Laviolette, and we can find the tape. I've been on record saying I look at the Rangers, and I said this 18 months ago, whenever it was, as having like a 2, maybe 3-year window to try to get something done and contend and win a Stanley Cup. It's not going to be much longer than that. Why? How do I know that? Well, a lot of their guys that are their core pieces are in their early to mid-30s then, and 3 years from now, like after this season and next, they're into their mid, if not late 30s. You're not winning anything then. And maybe to an extent, they've got a little bit older, maybe a little bit more quickly than maybe I and certainly the organization anticipated. You know, that could just be a part of it as well, that they have not gotten better. They're a little bit older, and some teams around them, like New Jersey, who's bounced back, like Carolina, they've continued to maintain where they've been at, despite the fact that I was a little worried about them in the offseason. And Washington's found a way to get a little bit younger. Teams around them have gotten better. They haven't. And what's the old saying, Jason? If you're not getting better, you're getting worse.
Yeah. Dave McCarthy from SiriusXM joins us. Dave, since November 1st, the 2 best teams in NHL are both in the Pacific Division. Vegas, 15-5-2, Edmonton 16-6-1. The Oilers have one more win. They played one more game. Vegas has that tonight. And if they win it, then their points percentage is a little bit higher because they've won one extra game. You look at Edmonton or Vegas right now, which team do you like better?
That's a good question. Man, I think Edmonton is going to be fine. Obviously, they've shown that their little hiccup again to start the year was just that, a hiccup. They've found their gear, and they're playing as good as any team in the league lately. I'd probably go with Edmonton over Vegas because I like their ability to score a little bit more than Vegas. I think they've got more game breakers in that lineup. I know you're a Stuart Skinner guy. Edmonton's goaltending still scares the hell out of me. I know his numbers when he's going well are not bad. He just still tends to have a propensity of allowing terrible goals at terrible times. which if you're going to win a Stanley Cup, in my mind, you just cannot have. But, in saying that, he played well enough to get his team to Game 7 of the Stanley Cup final last year. So he's shown a track record where he can be probably good enough. I'd probably go with Edmonton just because I like their ability to score a little bit more. Vegas is really structured, and that is always good at playoff time. But I wonder, do they have enough game breakers, guys that every time they go on the ice have the ability to change the way the game is being played? I think Edmonton has that. And so, if they met in a series, so a little early for this type of talk, but I think if they met in a series, I'd probably go with Edmonton, though I think it would be long and I think it would be tight.
Yeah, well, it's going to be fascinating. I look at Edmonton, what they're going to do to augment their team. I think they need a fourth line center. I think they'd like another physical winger. I think they'd like to upgrade on the right side defense. And Vegas has always shown an ability to go out there and make significant moves at the deadline. So it'll be kind of fascinating. Kelly McCrimmon, Stan Bowman, who makes a big move. What about the Jets and the Wild? Because their last 20 games, Minnesota is 17th best record. Winnipeg is, now they're 18th after their win today. Both got off to unreal starts, and now they're 17th and 18th in their last 20 games. What do you make of those two teams? Contenders or pretenders?
Winnipeg, I think, is a contender. Minnesota, I'm not so sure about, just because, again, I don't think they've got enough firepower from guys not named Kirill Kaprizov. Matt Boldy has been really good. Marco Rossi has been better, but I just don't see enough there. I think there's a lot more depth within that Winnipeg lineup for them to score. Like today, it was the Gabe Vilardi, Mark Scheifele, Kyle Connor show. Cole Perfetti's been really good, but he wasn't a big factor in today's game. Vladislav Nemesnikov is a guy that's had success. Adam Lowry, I love everything about Adam Lowry. You want another checking center? I'd love to acquire him. Bad news is he's not for sale. Love everything about that guy. Really, really good third line in Winnipeg. I think their blue line is quite strong, and their goaltending in Winnipeg is all-star Vezina Trophy caliber. Connor Hellebuyck is really, really good. Now, he hasn't showed it in the playoffs the last couple of years, and really neither has anybody on that Jets team, but I think there's a realization about that this year in Winnipeg that started back in the summertime and is one that, Cole Perfetti told me about that in July, how embarrassed the group was of how the last couple of seasons wound up. But then as I've talked to more people around Winnipeg over the last couple of months, that's just not something that he shot from the hip. That's the message that I'm getting. So it seems like there was a collective discussion amongst the group that they know that this group has been together for some time, probably at the last chance saloon in terms of chances. And if they don't get it done, there are some guys, just through the nature of how their contract status is, will make it easier to make some changes. So if they don't want to make changes, they know they got to have success. And by and large, they've been playing like it. They got off to a great start, hit a dip a little bit. Of course, you're going to go into a bit of a dip after you win, 16-17. But they've been playing a lot better of late, their last 5 games, and they look like a real serious team today. They didn't make many mistakes, and when Toronto made mistakes, they made them pay, and quickly. So, yeah, I think the Jets, they're a contender. Minnesota, real nice surprise. I wouldn't be surprised if they're a playoff team. And I think we're seeing the beginnings of a good team. But let's revisit Minnesota maybe a year from now. After the Suter buyout, the Parise buyout, it adds up to like $13-14 million, comes off their books at the end of this year. Take the financial handcuffs off Billy Gare, and then he's going to have some money to spend to add to this group, this young group that he's put together that's already starting to bear fruit. And then I think there'll be a team that we'll have to keep an eye on years moving forward.
Davey, any go-to food at the McCarthy household at Christmas? What's the go-to tradition?
Yeah, well, just made a bouche de Noël yesterday. It's a traditional French recipe for a cake.
Oh,
it's kind of a spongy dough where you bake it, you roll it off into a log, you refrigerate it, then you take it out of the fridge, you put frosting in it, you re-roll it so it looks like a log, and it's a really quality, decadent dessert. So that's on the menu, and man, like you can't go wrong with turkey, potatoes au gratin, and a vegetable. So that'll be on the menu at the McCarthy household at Christmas here.
All right, David. Well, have yourself a great Christmas. I appreciate you joining us every Tuesday and a special Monday appearance because tomorrow we are off. So thanks so much for that. We'll talk to you Sunday on your show and have a great Christmas. And it should be a fun holidays and then get into 2025. And man, the playoff seeding race will be great. The trade deadline and, of course, Four Nations. So first 7 weeks of the 2025 are going to be great for the NHL.
Yeah, I know. We were talking about that today. Once you get past Christmas and into the new year, the season really, really flies along. So Merry Christmas to you, buddy. Always great being on with you each week. Merry Christmas to your listeners in Edmonton as well.
There you go. That's Dave McCarthy from Sirius XM. And, man, we're getting closer all the time. I love it. 833-401-1440. Dave C. came in at a $100 donation for Deep Woods. I like it. But Dave's in at 100, and we're getting close. We want to get to 20,000 by the top of the hour. Okay, I think Todd from 3T Signs came in at 500. Okay, so we're 500 away from 20 at the top of the hour. So let's get to that in the next 14 minutes. A challenge. Whatever do you? $100, $200, $300, $500, $1,000. We've had all sorts of different challenges today. Whether you're 27 years of age or under, from Declan. College football fans. You're a new father from Connor, mums or grandmas from my own mother. Myself, I did 1,000. We had lots of our sponsors matching it at 1,000 or $500. Lots of listeners at that amount. So let's get to 20K by 5 o'clock. 833-401-1440. 833-401-1440 to help out the Christmas Bureau.
My utility bills are going through the roof. How can I take advantage of the sun and put my lazy roof to work?
Sounds like a job for the men and women of Action Electrical.
Energy team reporting. When you're ready to make your home or business more efficient, Action Electrical has the power to install solar panel systems and EV chargers.
Facing an electrical menace? Call on the men and women of Action. Operating throughout Alberta with supercharged skills and strong family values. ActionElectrical.net.
Now for today's holiday special, Legacy Heating and Cooling saves Christmas. Santa's furnace broke down in the shop last night, and the elves couldn't make any toys. That's right, because the HR lady said it's in humane conditions. But ho, 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 golly gee, Santa got a 1-year guarantee, and the elves are working merrily with a brand new furnace from Legacy. Happy holidays from Legacy Heating and Cooling.
The Canada-wide clearance is on at GMC. Get a $7,500 cash credit on 2024 Sierra 1500 Crew Cab elevation models. With Sierra's 13.4-inch diagonal premium GMC infotainment system with Google built-in compatibility, available off-road package with hill descent control, plus an available 3-liter Duramax diesel engine, you can take the road less traveled and try new things, like fishing or whitewater rafting. I should have gone fishing. Ask your GMC dealer for details.
A lot of things were going on in 1974. Happy Days premiered on television. The Rubik's Cube was invented. Halley and Foreman fought the rumble in the jungle. And GS Construction started their first job. Yes, for 50 years, GS Construction has been building the infrastructure of Edmonton and surrounding areas. Think of the neighborhoods that weren't even built yet. Think of all the work that had to be done to get them built. Probably about 50 years. But for GS Construction, it's been time well spent. For more, visit gsconstruction.ca.
Experience more at the Edmonton Expo Center. Come for Canada's largest trade show, the biggest names in entertainment, exhilarating sporting events, and more. Stay for the experience. But it doesn't end there. Maximize your brand exposure with Edmonton Expo Center's new cutting-edge feature screens, spanning Western Canada's largest venue space. Captivate an annual audience of over 1 million visitors during iconic events like Pro Rodeo, Disney on Ice, Glow, K-Days, and so much more. To learn more, call 780-660-0514 or visit edmontonexpocenter.com. playalberta.com today. Hockey is back, and Play Alberta, Alberta's #1 sportsbook and official partner of the Edmonton Oilers, has you covered with bigger offers, boosted odds, live betting, player props, and more. New to Play Alberta? New players now receive $200 in free bets just for signing up. You already play? Get a $10 free bet for every $100 you bet. Every week, all season long. Visit playalberta.ca and make your picks today. Bonus terms and conditions apply.
New year, new you. Let's kickstart 2025 by making better life choices, starting with quality pizza from Papa John's. Right now, get 25% off any regular menu price pizza with promo code BETTER25. A deal so good, it might just count as self-care. But hurry, resolutions wait for no one. Offer ends January 5th. Order now at papajohns.ca with promo code BETTER25. Better ingredients, better pizza, better get you some Papa John's.
Employee pricing is on now at GMC. Get up to $10,104 off select 2024 Sierra 2500 AT4 models. Make loading easier than ever with the world's first 6-function multi-pro tailgate. Make hauling easier than ever with up to 14 available camera views, including transparent trailer view. And make finding tunes easier than ever with a class-leading 13.4-inch diagonal center touchscreen. Yeah, let's get to work. Ask your GMC dealer for details.
Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas.
Portions of this hour brought to you by CanTorque. We offer sale, rental, repair, and calibration of hydraulic, pneumatic, and battery-powered torque wrenches, stud tensioners, and flange maintenance equipment. Order today at cantorque.com.
The Jason Gregor Show, the best of Edmonton sports talk and beyond. This is Sports 1440.
Presented by PlayAlberta.ca, Alberta's only regulated online gambling website.
All right, the con man killing it with the tunes today. Welcome back, Jason Gregor, Connor Halley, Sports 1440, Oilers Nation, YouTube, Facebook, and X. What an unbelievable day. So we're $500 shy of 20 grand in 3 hours today on our Christmas challenge that started out with just different challenges from $1,000 to $500 to $200 to $100, and people have been matching in. We had Mike originally do $750, then he's like, I'm changing mine. He went up to $100. Cheryl came in at $300, and so we're at $19,500. Okay, big shout out to all of those. I did the $1,000 challenge for myself, and then we had Jim at Fountain Tire, and Ken at Crystal Glass, and Dan at Silent Ice, and Blake at Action Electrical, Cody at Edmonton Kubota. They all match it. Then our buddy Brent Sake, Shauner, Deli, as well as Bruce and Mike all came in at $1,000. Stuart from Cantero Homes challenged all the home builders to $1,000. Awesome. We had Dave from On the Rocks challenge all of our sponsors to $500, and we had Doug from Wolf GMC and Trent from Wilhock Beef Jerky, Mark at Cattail Crossing, Mike at Volvo Cars Edmonton, Colin at CanTorque. They all match it. Carius in the morning show came in, and then some listeners, Fabian, Adam, Lauren, Todd from 3T Signs were all in at $500. My mom came in challenging mums and grandmas to $500. Connor and Declan each did $200 and challenged, and they had challenged new dads. And what else do we have? College football fans, anybody under the age of 27. So Tater came in at $200, although Tater, I think he must be a college football fan. Oh, no, he's a dad, so that's okay. He qualifies in the dad category because he's definitely not under 27. Maybe he thought it was over 27. Of course, and then we had father, son, Brett and Brad and Jeff and Jason, the school teacher, Kevin, Brad, Josh. I know I'm probably missing some. Darcy. Can't even read my own writing here today. So Eric came in. He's joining Cam Tate for all the people spinning out in the ice in their wheelchairs this Christmas. The warm weather is awesome. And man, is annoying when you get stuck in the snow and ice combo, the liquor parking lot store. Stay strong, fellow wheelers. March is only 67 days away. Merry Christmas, 1440. Keep up the good work from Eric. Oh, Eric, I love your sense of humor and your generosity. I can't imagine, man. You're right. Like there are some people that are unbelievably agile in their wheelchairs. But man, you get into that slush, oh, that would be brutal. Like watch people in their cars trying to get through it. Never mind, you're wheeling through it in your wheelchair. So attaboy Eric joining Tater in the wheelchair gang. I love it. Fantastic. So hey, $300 shy. We need $300 before the top of the hour. Okay. Any other in the fellow Wheelers? I like that tune. The Wheelers. Nice. March is only 67 days away. He's counting. I like it.
Hey, question for you. What did you say the minimum donation was?
$25.
25.
Jonathan came in at $50 for the kids too. I should mention that. Young Jonathan was donated 50 as well.
Good. Okay, because Declan's doing NCAA fans. I want to hey, Chargers fans. I know you're out there. You got to prove to the sporting world there's more than just me out here.
Are there any other Charger fans? No.
All it'll cost you is $25 to prove that we exist.
To prove you're a Chargers fan.
Yeah, that's it.
Geez.
It's worth it.
We might raise $50 from this one. We might.
I got to touch my Edmonton Charger group to get in on this.
Charger fans.
If I don't get one, it's not looking good.
Oh, geez, that's brutal. So I like it. Let's get to 5 questions now, brought to you by The Brick, where you can save, you get up to $3,000 off big screen TVs, $2,000 off of sectionals right now, as the Boxing Week early access is on at The Brick and thebrick.com.
It's time for 5 questions on the Jason Gregor Show.
All right, Jason, at TF10, I believe Sports Logic is the Edmonton Oilers is the number 1 spot in their power rankings. Would you agree?
Well, they've been the best team. The numbers, because, their numbers always change as they analyze what's happened recently. Well, recently, the Oilers have been the best team in the league. So it's hard to argue that. And the thing is, Edmonton's not their roster isn't finalized, but neither are a lot of other teams. But it's hard to argue when you've got McDavid and Draisaitl, you've got skill. And as good as Rantanen and McKinnon are, usually they're on one line. McDavid and Draisaitl will play separate for over half the time. That's the advantage there. And, you look at it from a defensive standpoint, like even with their brutal start, right, defensively, where they what do they allow? 15 goals for, I think it was like 30 in their first 6 or 7 games. Like it was not pretty at all. But here we are now, and you know where the Oilers rank in goals against? 8th at 2.79. So they've really shored things up for sure as a team. And defensively, they've actually been pretty good, but their penalty kill is great. So yeah, it doesn't do it. Hey, we got one Charger fan. Justin's in just to prove that the Chargers suck. Not a Chargers fan. So technically now the non-Charger fans are ahead of Charger fans. This is amazing.
Well,
amazing.
Joke's on you, Justin. It cost you $25 to say that.
Oh, yeah. But it was, Justin, it was worth every penny. Worth every penny.
And if everyone who hates the Chargers wants to bash them, but then put in $25, I'll take it in stride. I do think they are right now the top spot. You look at who else, is playing on par with them, 8-2 in their last 10, Golden Knights and the Senators, and the Oilers have beat both of those teams. So yeah, right now I would have the Oilers at the top spot in the power rankings if it was my list. Question number 2, since it is the season, or 'tis the season, give me one Oiler who's been on the nice list this season and one who's been on the naughty list.
Well, man, there's lots of Oilers that could be on the nice list. But I'm gonna go Darnell Nurse's play and what he's done for sure. And I'll throw out. I've really liked Podkolzin's overall game this year.
My nice list. I'm going to say Connor Brown. Matched his production from last year when it came to goals earlier on. Only has 2 penalties, both minors. And my naughty list, I'm going to put Darnell Nurse there, but I mean it in a good way. He's playing nasty. He is leading the team in penalty minutes. Honorable mention to Josh Brown coming up here and getting into a fight. 1 in 3 games. Not too shabby, but I like Darnell Nurse being the nasty, naughty guy. So I'll put Darnell Nurse on that side, but I mean it in a good way. Question number 3. Packers going into this game tonight against the New Orleans Saints. Up at playalberta.ca. 14.5-point favorites. These are professional football teams with that spread. That being said, will the Packers cover?
Ooh, good question, buddy. 14.5 is a lot. Heck, even the Lions weren't favored that much. And the Detroit Lions, why do you think the Saints are this bad? Ooh, 14.5. I'm going to say no.
I'm going to say it happens. I do think the Saints are this bad. Spencer Rattler getting the start. No Alvin Kamara. I don't even know who their top wide receiver is going to be. Cedric Wilson Jr. Obviously, Chris Olave not going to play. They have a lot of injuries. A dome team going to play, the frozen tundra of Lambeau. I think that it will be a bit of a blowout in this one, and I think Spencer Rattler will throw a few interceptions as well, trying to make some plays, that gunslinger mentality that he has.
Okay.
Question number 4 for you. It is a National Short Person today. I was hoping Brownie would be here for this one, but what is the height that you would say that person qualifies as a short person?
God, I should ask my neighbor Ramundo. He'd have a better answer for this. Well, it's different for guys and girls, of course. I think for a guy, 5'6", but that I think if a guy's 5'6" and under, they probably say that's short. For a girl, like 5'1". That's, I guess, I'd probably go with. Like, yeah, like I think even guys at 5'8" might think they're short. Like 5'6" might be generous here, but I'll go with. And I guess it also depends, like in which culture you're at.
Yeah, that's true,
right? Because some cultures are just naturally shorter. So like 5'6", you're tall.
Well, I'm glad.
Ask Hernan.
Across the board, I am coming in here as not short, which is good. I always thought.
What are you listed as? Like realistic.
Like I will.
Are you 5'9"?
No, I'm 5'8.5". Like I have my buddies who are eye to eye with me, and they're like, "Oh yeah, 5'9". I have to say, no, you're not. And don't attach your worth to your height.
Okay,
you're 5'8".
So they're stretching it.
They're stretching it. So I'd say I'm 5'8.5" tops. I'd say if you're shorter than me, I classify you as short. So I wanted to see what Brownie might say, being the size that he is on the female side. Yeah, 5'3", 5'2". I think you're coming in at the short category. But I guess it depends how tall you are. Final question for you. I know you've asked a few people this question. Christmas foods, all of them, the ones you're going to consume in the next few days here. What would be the top of your power rankings?
Oh, that's a good question. So we're just saying any food overall, or is this
food,
like
desserts, snacks,
oh,
anything?
Man, well, I'm putting my mom's homemade fudge because and everybody's like, you have something homemade that your mom or your grandma makes that you have in your family, and it's just different. Like I've had other people's fudge; it's good. It ain't the same. So I will say the homemade fudge, number one. Plus, I only really get it at Christmas time, so I love it. Look forward to it. And I'm going to say a well-cooked ham is right there. Love it. And mashed potatoes, man. Mashed potatoes that are whipped. Huge fan.
Yeah, it's all good. But the one thing I have to make sure I have would be mashed potatoes and gravy. Has to have the gravy. Turkey in there as well. But if it's just the one thing, as a collective, mashed potatoes, gravy, that's the one for me. Every meal, got to have that. It's great for leftovers as well. So that's where I'll put it. The top of my power rankings.
I like it. So, hey, we got to get this before the break. We actually need $275 to get to 20 grand.
Got a good chunk.
833-401-1440. 833-401-1440. 275. That's it. So we can do it in $25 for anybody who we still don't have one Charger fan who has donated $25. So Connor might be the only Charger fan out there. He's looking for a Charger fan to donate $25. We've actually had a non-Charger fan say Chargers suck, and he still donated $25. So technically you're minus one right now. 833-401-1440. But 275 gets us to 20 grand. Okay, let's do that before the break. For Christmas Bureau, we'll come back. We got Speck and Woodley after Connor Halley and Sports 1440 update brought to you by Fountain Tire. Be winter ready with stopping power. Now until December 31st, you can save up to $125 on a set of 4 select tires. Plus, you can save $50 or more on any service of $150 or more. Visit fountaintire.com and find the nearest store near you.
This is a Sports 1440 update.
The Edmonton Oilers have signed forward Connor Clattenburg to a 3-year entry-level contract. He was the team's 5th-round pick in the 2024 draft. The captain of the Flint Firebirds has 10 goals, 8 helpers in 22 games so far this season in the NHL. Earlier today, Toronto Maple Leafs falling to the Jets 5-2, and the Bruins, the Devils, get past the Rangers 5-0 later tonight. Golden Knights take on the Ducks, Utah and Dallas. The Sharks in Vancouver, Wild host the Hawks. Preds taking on the Canes. You got the Montreal Canadiens traveling to Columbus. Penguins host the Flyers. Lightning in Florida to meet the Panthers, and the Bruins taking on the Capitals. In the NFL, Week 16 wraps up as the Packers host the Saints. That'll get going at about 6:15 from Lambeau. The Raptors are in action tonight, taking on the New York Knicks. Tip-off at 5:30. Also the Cavs and the Jazz. Rockets in Charlotte. Magic host the Celtics. Timberwolves taking on the Hawks. Thunder up against the Wizards. Suns in Denver. And the Warriors up against the Pacers. College football earlier today. Famous Idaho Potato Bowl. Northern Illinois over Fresno State 28-20 in double overtime. And UTSA knocks off Coastal Carolina 44-15 in the Myrtle Beach Bowl. Coming up in hour 4 of the Jason Gregor Show, we'll be joined by Mark Spector of Rogers Sportsnet and Kevin Woodley from In Goal Magazine. I'm Connor Halley. This has been a Sports 1440 update.
Sports 1440 in West Edmonton Mall and Wetaskiwin. CKJR is a Stingray radio station.
Download the free radio player app and listen wherever you go.
In 1973, deep in the basement of an Edmonton family home, an elite team of specialized forces came together to form Action Electrical.
Action Electrical Divisions, assemble.
Projects team reporting.
Service team reporting.
Testing team reporting.
Energy team reporting.
Supercharged with skills in their electrical fields and grounded by strong family values. Facing an electrical menace? Call on the men and women of Action. Operating throughout Alberta at actionelectrical.net.
Hey, sports fans, we've got a clear choice for you. At Crystal Glass, we provide customers with the perfect glass for any job. From home to auto and even commercial, installation or repairs, we're your team. Call 310 Glass or visit crystalglass.ca. Crystal Glass.
Now, all sizes of premium roast coffee at McDonald's have a new low price starting at $1 plus tax for a small. It's great if you love great tasting coffee. $1 small premium roast coffee every single day. Must be McCafe. Plus tax at participating restaurants in Canada. Excludes delivery.
Get early access to the Bricks Boxing Week blowout. Shop real Boxing Day prices now with deals for every room of your home. Shop door crasher specials like a 3-piece stainless steel appliance package for just $18.97. Take up to $3,000 off big screen TVs, up to $2,000 off sectionals, and up to $750 off sofas. Plus, buy more, save more on dining and bedroom furniture. Up to 25% off. Some exclusions apply. See in-store for details. The Brick, saving you more.
You don't know what awaits you on the road to come, but with the 2025 XC90 from Volvo of Edmonton, you'll have the versatility to take on whatever life throws at you. The new XC90, a luxurious SUV with seating for up to 7, boasts newly upgraded body and wheel design. It's the perfect choice to drive into the coming year. And right now, you'll save $4,500 and lease from 1.49% on all in-stock 2025 XC90s. Volvo Cars Edmonton. VolvoCarsEdmonton.com, 1205 101 Street Southwest.
The job isn't done until the last load is hauled, and having a semi-trailer out of commission is not an option. Whether replacing or adding to your convoy, Edmonton Trailer has a huge inventory of new and used semi-trailers, trusted by the gravel, logging, oil field, fluids, and freight industries. Find a trailer right for you online or at one of their 3 locations. For sales, service, parts, rental, and finance, when you're in it for the long haul, Edmonton Trailer.
Now for today's holiday special, Legacy Heating and Cooling saves Christmas. Santa's furnace broke down in the shop last night, and the elves couldn't make any toys, that's right, because the HR lady said it's in humane conditions. But ho, 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 golly gee, Santa got a 1-year guarantee, and the elves are working merrily with a brand new furnace from Legacy. Happy holidays from Legacy Heating and Cooling.
Ho, ho, ho! 'Tis the season to find the perfect gift at the perfect price at Leduc Goldsmiths.
The annual Christmas sale is on now with up to 30% off store-wide, plus special flyer savings. All natural and lab-created diamond engagement rings are 15% off with a wide selection available. The team at Leduc Goldsmiths have years of expertise to help you find what you need. Leduc Goldsmiths on Main Street, Leduc. Leduc's Jewelry Store. Family owned and operated for over 30 years.
Portions of this hour brought to you by Ewell. Ewell.ca is your power play partner with a new website that puts the power in your hands with 24/7 ordering and shipping in Edmonton and across Alberta. Score an account today at ewell.ca.
The Jason Gregor Show, the best of Edmonton sports talk and beyond. This is Sports 1440.
Presented by PlayAlberta.ca, Alberta's only regulated online gambling website.
5:10. Welcome back, Jason Gregor, Connor Halley, Sports 1440, Oilers Nation, YouTube, Facebook, and X on a merry Monday. Gus in the Hood came in at 100, as did Mike and Dale. So boom, we got over 20 grand. Well, we're not stopping. So we got to 20 grand, which is unbelievable. Just we looked it up. Our one-day record for most money ever raised was just over 23,000. So we've made 20 grand in 3 hours. We'll see if we can get just over 3 in 1 hour. Right? We don't have to, but it sure would be nice to wrap things up. You make your way home. We got lots of businesses. I can do the numbers quickly because we've had 12 different donations of $1,000 today. I started out myself. We got Jim from Fountain Tire, Can of Crystal Glass, Dan at Silent Ice, Blake at Action Electrical, Cody at Edmonton Kubota, Stuart at Quintero Homes, and then we had Bruce and Deli and Sean and Saker and Mike, and that got us to those. And then we had 12 people donate $500. Trent and Dave and Doug and Mark and Fabian and Mike, Carius, Livingston, Adam, Lauren, Todd, my mom, and so there was that was unreal. So 1,500. We did lots of different challenges. Declan and Connor challenging new dads, guys 27 and under. They donated $200. And so to kick off the final hour, I do want to start this because this was just our Christmas challenge today. So you can come up with any challenge you want to challenge different people, different customers, anything else. So YYC Ryan says, guys, I'd like to challenge all of the Edmonton transplants who now live in Calgary and don't listen to Calgary Sports Radio because it sucks. With that, I'd like a troll pledge, $197.29 from Ryan. There you go. I like it. Hey, you know what? We actually get texts from a lot of people in Seatown who listen to the show. So that's fantastic. I love it. So there we go. We're off and running. Basically, we were just over. So now we're at 22,200. All right, 20,200. So $100, $50, 75 Charger fans. We still don't have one Charger fan who's donated $25. We've had a lot who are anti-Charger fans donating against the Chargers. So that's actually worked out quite well. But yet to have even one Charger fan. Connor challenged Charger fans to make $25 donations to show he's not the only one. And oh yeah, Ryan did add Chargers suck. So we've had lots more anti-Chargers. So there you go, Cons.
Polarizing team.
Mm-hmm.
Coach Mel from the Edmonton Chargers Football Club is going to donate 25. So,
okay,
hey,
but he likes the Edmonton Chargers. I like that, Mel. I like that. Witty. It's nice. So hey, we'll take it. It all adds up. There you go.
I don't see the Edmonton Chiefs making a donation.
Maybe the Beaumont Chiefs will. Yeah. Maybe the Beaumont Chiefs. So we'll see. Let's get to the Spec Report, brought to you by GS Construction. They just wish everybody a very Merry Christmas, safe few days with your family, and drive slow through construction areas. That's GS Construction as Mark Spector joins us. Spec, pretty much a perfect weekend for the Oilers. They get both wins. One comes in one where they dominated but needed every second to tie the Sharks before winning it. That was clear domination that looked like it was going to end up in a loss.
Yeah, I thought that was really cool, that Askarov kid. He really played well. Then it got a little bit comical because by the end of it, not only was he making great saves, but Leon Draisaitl's missing wide open nets. Yeah. And then looking up at the ceiling like, oh my God, I'm never going to score. So it was a fun night. Had the Askarov hung on and got the win, I would have sort of felt good for him. But 17 seconds left, Ekholm scores, and then you win it in overtime. And then the next night, they just those Christmas games, that last game, but everyone's going home for Christmas. Coaches have told me before, it's always a wild card. You're never sure what you're going to get. And I thought Edmonton played a very calm, responsible, what do they say, mature. They just played a steady 60 minutes and made Ottawa do something special to beat them. And I don't think Ottawa had anything special in them after winning 6 straight.
No. Got in late, and then they lost their starting goaltender after the first period. And, Stuart Skinner had to make a few good saves, and really, but, they didn't generate a ton of chances. Their best chance obviously came on the Bouchard giveaway, getting stripped, whatever you call it, from Cousins early in the second period. And
yep.
You know, Spec, like Evan Bouchard right now, I think the Christmas break probably came at a perfect time for him because he's struggling in the areas that are normally his strength, passing and shooting the puck and holding on to the puck. Those are where his errors are. They're not necessarily bad reads, you know, when he, you know, missing a guy in front of the net. He's just missing passes and, you know, missing shots. And then obviously, usually he'd deke out Nick Cousins all day and it would protect the puck. It didn't happen.
Yeah, I'm wondering about Bouchard because, you know, we're heading into the halfway point of the season here. And, you know, he hasn't found his stride like the rest of the team has. You know, everybody's kind of found their way here. Certainly the team is. They're playing fantastic. And he doesn't really, he's not at the level that we left him at last spring. No, not very close to it. And you're right, Jay. A lot of the things that aren't working for Evan Bouchard are the things that should come the easiest to him. You know, look at some days when he's locked in his own end and it comes time to be a hard defender, some days he's going to get beat. That's what happens with your 60-point defenseman on every team. Being this guy isn't Edmondson, right? This guy isn't Jason Smith. He's Evan Bouchard. He's a really, really good player. But no one's perfect. My point is this: those aren't, like you said, those aren't the places where he's lacking right now. The places he's lacking are the things he's so good at. That's why it's a little more of a head scratcher, hey?
Oh, totally. And that's why I think the good news is it's something that I firmly believe he will get back to his normal. But also, despite him doing that, Spec, the Oilers have the best record in the NHL since November 7th. Like, they've been dominant. And that's with a guy who's, you know, been struggling, who plays a lot of minutes. And so when that rights its ship, now maybe someone else will struggle. It's a law of averages, what have you. But, you know, the Edmonton Oilers, you know, a lot of their numbers, Spec, have been very good, which isn't surprising. Like, the Oilers went to the Stanley Cup final last year. They've been a team that's been building every year and getting better. They still have two absolute dominant players up front, and then it kind of siphons down from there. Darnell Nurse is playing very well this year. You know, Janmark, Brown, their depth guys are playing well. Henrik finally scored, but I thought the rest of his game has been good. He just couldn't score, right? And he had a great chance against Askarov. He had a great chance early in that game against Allmark, and then he finally scored. And, you know, first in 16 games, and you could see a relief from him. So, you know, Edmonton, it's like the most important person for the Oilers is going to be Stan Bowman and what moves he makes between now and the deadline.
Well, it's really becoming reminiscent to last season. You know, I think the date I always use when I go back is November 18th, or the 13th is when they hired Knobloch, wasn't it? I thought it was November 13th.
12th. The 12th was when they hired him. The 13th was his first game.
Okay, so either way, since the 12th or 13th to the end of the season, they were the best. They're the best winning percentage in the National Hockey League. Well, here we go. Since the November 7th till today, they've got the best. They're the best team in the league, and, you know, will they stay the same all the way through? If they do, they'll win the Pacific. They remind me of last year's team, Jay. They've calmed way down. You know, they just won 5 or 6 games here in about 3 or 4 different ways. You know, they blew out Mini. They grinded out and took to the last couple minutes to catch up to Boston. They almost got goalied against San Jose. They dominated Tampa, but only won 2-1. To me, they're winning any way you ask them to win now. And that's what we were saying a year ago about this team. So I like them. I like what I see, man. It's a really good hockey team that's going right down the same journey we watched them go down last year. And you know how that ended.
Yeah. Well, you know what? There's lots of pauses for certain. One of those was Victor Arvidsson's play. Yesterday, Spec, he looked a lot better. It shows you how much rust he had on him, right? Like this first game we watched, it was like, ooh, geez, struggling. Then he got better. Yesterday was around the puck, scores a goal, assisted on the Hyman goal, dug it out of the pads. And I thought like Arvidsson was just more engaged, right? Like he was making plays with the puck, and, you know, they come out of the break, and now you've got Hyman and Arvidsson back at their level. That makes a big addition to their offense.
Well, you signed a guy who we've always seen and watched against Edmonton, and he's this really weird mix of first of all, he's tiny. Like, this is a small player. You stood next to him, eh? He's a small guy, but he's always played with, he goes in and digs that puck out for Hyman. He goes into corners against guys twice his size and comes out with the puck. And so he's always had that really gritty, almost like he's not physical, but he goes to all the physical places. And he's got a ton of skill. He's been a power play guy in every town he's been in. So it's a very interesting mix of player. And I don't think we've seen all those elements come out of him for the Oilers very often. And then he gets hurt. And I think we saw it, like you say, we saw it last night. We saw or against Ottawa. It was all the things that I thought, oh boy, these are all the things Arvidsson's going to do. I think last night might be the first time I saw them all in one pile. Is that fair?
Yes, I would agree. And you know what? That's just a big addition, right? Like you get guys going here, and he's not physical, but he's tenacious in
tenacious.
Yes.
That's the word for him.
Yeah.
Small but tenacious.
Yeah, low center of gravity, but he engages in a lot of battles, right? Like he's not a perimeter player by any stretch of the imagination.
No, not at all. And you know what? There's tons of room for those guys. Anyone who watched the Oilers play against Vancouver last year will remember how good a player Garland was. And Garland might be even smaller. And I loved his playoff last year. I thought he was awesome for Vancouver. And I'd say this, Arvidsson's been doing it longer in the NHL than Garland has. He's good at it. It's the only thing he's got going is health. He's missed some games here the last few years. That's always going to be a worry. But if he's healthy, I'll take him every day.
Spec, Chris Knobloch was asked about Jeff Skinner and just said, hey, you know what? It's about how he elevates guys. He liked his game. Now, Skinner's a guy right now you can is snake bit. Normally, he'd put that chance in the second period top shelf and be a no-brainer. But like when you listen to the coach and he said, hey, you know what? Like there'll be injuries and there'll be chances, yada, yada, yada. Like, do you think that that's ever going to happen with Jeff Skinner here?
Especially with Evander Kane coming back. Yeah, I don't know. Like, sure, you could lose two wingers, get hurt right away. I'll tell you what, the first time that guys got hurt, when Hyman and Arvidsson were out, Skinner didn't get the call, right?
No.
Skinner didn't go in the top six. It was Connor Brown in the top six. It's Podkolzin in the top six. I think, so Skinner's he'll need some luck. I mean, luck, I guess, if you can call injuries luck. He'll need some opportunity, but then, I'm not sure. Like, look, this is a guy you paid $3 million for, and you expected him you signed a top six winger, and you don't have a top six winger. This is not Jeff Jackson's finest hour here, right? This guy's not what they thought he'd be. And I want to say this because we learned this a long time ago. If 97 or 29 was invested in this guy and wanted to play with him, he'd be in the top six, right?
Yeah,
he'd be there. If he's not there, there's a reason for that. So, and you hear Draisaitl talk about Podkolzin, right? He wants Podkolzin on his wing. Where does Podkolzin play every day? On Draisaitl's wing. So he's got a lot of ground to make up around here if he's going to come anywhere close to being the guy they thought they were signing back in July.
Yeah, Mark Spector joins us, Sports 1440, Oilers Nation, YouTube, Facebook, and X. So, Spec, you look around the league, and Edmonton has Edmonton is who many people thought they'd be at the start of the season. Them and Vegas are the two top teams in the Pacific. LA's a really sound third place team, but I don't think they have what those other two teams have. The Central Division, Winnipeg and Minnesota got off to unreal starts, but over the last 20 games, they've been like 17th and 18th, and that's with the win today for Winnipeg. Colorado's obviously got some top-end skill. We'll wonder about them and what happens with Landeskog's money and everything, but they're a pretty dangerous team, obviously, with their top three players.
They are.
You throw in Utah, Vancouver, now Dallas is I still think good, but Dallas has actually been meh ever since Seguin went down. They can't score to save their life, right? And I wonder how much that's an issue, but I look at the West, Spec, and Edmonton and Vegas for sure, but where do you come out on like Utah quietly has suddenly put themselves direct in the mix, and then where do you see them and where do you see the Canucks going?
Well, Utah is a team, I liked them in Arizona last year. Like I thought, man, they got about 6 or 7 guys that I like. I like Vejmelka in goal, right? Cooley's a good player. They got a handful of guys that you like. But they haven't been in a playoff game I think none of those guys have ever been in a playoff game, right? So I think that we've watched enough NHL here to see how the graduation process goes. Can they make the playoffs? Maybe. But if they do, it's a whole different world. And I'm not picking Utah to go anywhere. A victory for them is to get some playoff games for all those kids. Vancouver's the other side. They had a little 2-round run last year, and they should be able to do something with it. But there is so much drama out in the West Coast again this year that I just don't think they got to clean house, like not clean house and moving players. They got to clean up their house if they think they're going to get anything done when the games really count. There's too much garbage. Pedersen and Miller, and what's up with Pedersen? You're always wondering if he's engaged. What's up with Miller? Why is he on his third team? He's such a good player. Why does he keep getting moved? I don't know. What's up with Demko? Is he healthy? Is Lankinen the number one out there? Look at their defense that they're going to play tonight. Go look at the 6 guys they dressed tonight. It is Quinn Hughes and a bunch of guys. So
might not even beat Quinn Hughes, right? He's the
and now maybe he's not going to play tonight.
He's banged up. So
I mean, I'll finish quickly, but we all saw it. They gave the Oilers everything they could handle in the playoffs last year. I mean, everything. I don't see the same team playing this year.
No, that's very true. They're not. There's a lot of they're not as good as they looked last year right now for sure on that team. So it's fascinating, Spec. And then what about the Rangers? Who do you think's going here? And another trade, is it the coach, the GM? Because they got absolutely manhandled today. They had 12 shots on goal. Didn't even look like they were interested.
12 shots. So that to me, and I watched a good chunk of that game. They were terrible. 12 shots is a problem for the coach, right?
Yes.
12 shots is no one here is really playing anymore. Chris Drury's he sat Kreider today for some unknown reason. They sat Kreider. I really don't know why. Are they trading him? I don't know. They got, to me, if you ask me the first thing that happens, I don't see how Laviolette makes it there. Okay. I don't see how you can go through what they're going through and then play last game before Christmas, division rival, and your team comes out and gets 12 shots on net. I think that spells new coach all over the place, don't you think?
Yeah, I think so. Spec, have yourself a great Christmas break. We as always appreciate all your contributions to the station, to the show. Merry Christmas to you and Shelka and all of yours.
And you too, Jay, you and Tracy and everyone. Are we up tomorrow or are we done tomorrow?
You're on in the morning, but we're done in the afternoon.
Okay. Merry Christmas, everybody. We'll talk to you in the morning.
I bet you. Yeah, we do have Sports 1440 going from us right up until 2:00 tomorrow with local stuff, and then everybody gets going to the family. So we'll break free at 2:00 tomorrow. We'll have Fox Sports taking you through. So have lots of football and basketball coverage tomorrow. There is no hockey Tuesday, Wednesday, or Thursday. Let's take a quick break. We'll come back. Kevin Woodley joins us. We got a half an hour left. We'd love to get as much as we can. We're over $20,200 raised today for the Christmas challenge, for the Christmas Bureau. We're taking challenges of anything. You want to challenge a group of players? We've had people challenging football fans. We've had people challenging home builders, hydraulic companies, sponsors, friends, 27 and under, anything. But it's basically, we're just looking for donations for the final half hour if you want to help out the Christmas Bureau. $50, $25, $100, $1,000. We've had 12 people donate $1,000 today, which is great. And it gets us to $20,200. 833-401-1440. We'll return on the Gregor Show, presented by PlayAlberta.ca.
3, 2, 1. Happy New Year. Let's rock. Edmonton's biggest New Year's Eve party is at On the Rise.
Featuring Edmonton's #1 party band,
The Barkels. Get ready to dance the night away as we ring in 2025 in style at OTR.
Tickets include a 3-course meal, party favors, and bubbly at midnight.
This party sells out every year.
Oh, and if you don't have anyone to kiss at midnight, Marco is always available.
OTR's New Year's Eve party.
Tickets at ontherock.yeg.com.
I take possession of my commercial space in 3 months. I need lighting. I need a fire alarm. I need data. I need a generator. I need panels.
Sounds like a job for the men and women of Action Electrical.
Projects team reporting. We design, build, and construct all the electrical systems for your projects. Need everything to work right? Get the Action Electrical project team on your site.
Facing an electrical menace? Call the men and women of Action. Operating throughout Alberta at actionelectrical.net.
Kids get in free all season long. Can you believe it? Looking for an enjoyable and affordable family night out? The Spruce Grove Saints are excited to introduce their Kids Get In Free program. All kids 12 and under receive free admission for every Saints home game this season. Bring the entire family for action-packed junior hockey at a fraction of the cost. For more information, check out sgsaints.ca.
At Fountain Tire, success is a team effort. They're committed to their team members and their customers. And that means treating your vehicle like it's their own and finding solutions that suit your needs. Because whatever the road brings ahead, they're on it with you. Visit fountaintire.com today.
Delicious news. The McDonald's meals you love are now $9.99 every day. Grab your faves like the Big Mac, 6-piece McNugget, McChicken, or Filet-O-Fish with medium fries and a medium fountain drink for $9.99 each plus tax. At participating McDonald's restaurants in Edmonton, Alberta, and the surrounding area, prices exclude delivery.
Hockey is back, and Play Alberta, Alberta's #1 sportsbook and official partner of the Edmonton Oilers, has you covered with bigger offers, boosted odds, live betting, player props, and more. New to Play Alberta, new players now receive $200 in free bets just for signing up. You already play? Get a $10 free bet for every $100 you bet. Every week, all season long. Visit playalberta.ca and make your picks today. Bonus terms and conditions apply. Experience more at the Edmonton Expo Centre. Come for Canada's largest trade show, the biggest names in entertainment, exhilarating sporting events, and more. Stay for the experience. But it doesn't end there. Maximize your brand exposure with Edmonton Expo Centre's new cutting-edge feature screens, spanning Western Canada's largest venue space. Captivate an annual audience of over 1 million visitors during iconic events like Pro Rodeo, Disney on Ice, Glow, K-Days, and so much more. To learn more, call 780-660-0514 or visit edmontonexpocentre.com today.
Are you watching the interest rates these days? Of course you are. Paying less interest leaves money in your pocket. That's why St. Albert Dodge is happy to tell you that right now they have 0% financing on virtually all new 2024 models. Hundreds to choose from: Jeep Compass, Wrangler, Grand Cherokee, and Wagoneer, Dodge Durango, and Hornet, Ram 1500, 2500, 3500, all with 0% financing. Why pay interest? Head up the trail and see how easy it is to do business at St. Albert Dodge.
The James Insurance Group, serving East Central Alberta, would like to wish you a happy and safe holiday. Enjoy your time with friends and family and take in all the season has to offer. Merry Christmas and a very happy New Year from the entire team at the James Insurance Group.
For the best in online casino fun, reach for the star. NorthStarBets.com, your Canadian-owned and operated casino and sportsbook. Now with more live casino slots than ever before and progressive jackpots up to $3 million just waiting to be won, including Gladiator, featuring a jackpot up to $1.5 million. Play with confidence with fast withdrawals and world-class customer service 24/7. With over $4.7 million in winnings awarded, isn't it time you reached for the star? NorthStarBets.com. Must be 18 or older. Please play responsibly.
Warmest wishes go out to you from the management and staff of Wetaskiwin Ready Mix. They hope this holiday season is one of the best you've ever had. Enjoy the sights, sounds, and every festive get-together. Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year from everyone at Wetaskiwin Ready Mix.
I'll have a blue Christmas without you. I'll be so blue just thinking about you. Decorations of red on a green Christmas tree.
Portions of this hour brought to you by your Alberta GMC dealers. The Canada-wide clearance is on now at GMC. Get a $7,500 cash credit on a 2024 Sierra 1500 Crew Cab Elevation. See more at gmcoffers.ca.
The Jason Gregor Show, the best of Edmonton sports talk and beyond. This is Sports 1440.
Presented by playalberta.ca, Alberta's only regulated online gambling website.
Oh, the king. I like it. 5:33, Jason Gregor, Connor Halley, Sports 1440, Oilers Nation, YouTube, Facebook, and X, as always, presented by playalberta.ca. One thing we haven't mentioned a lot of, but Ricky Henderson, the greatest baseball stealer of all time. No one could steal bases like Ricky Henderson. It's unbelievable. You look at his numbers, phenomenal. and like dominated for a long, long time. Like I remember Vince Coleman after he'd gotten his third year of 100 stolen bases, like, yeah, you know what? I think I'm going to average 80 a year, and I'm going to be able to catch him. He didn't come within 600 of Ricky Henderson. Like not even close. Like 600. Not even close. And Vince was fast. Like Vince was quick, but Ricky was, oh my goodness. And he had some swagger to him. He's had some funny stories. And passed away at a young age of 65 on the weekend. But man, he was a hell of a player. Like I would argue, was there a more exciting player in baseball than Ricky Henderson? Like look how many runs he scored, got on base, stole bases, could hit leadoff home runs. He did a lot. Like even in, he had some flair and fielding. Like he was great. Hey, if you watched Ricky Henderson in that era, I think you'd agree. He was fantastic to watch. Now let's get to our oil report brought to you by Volvo Cars Edmonton. They are Canada's #1 Volvo dealership, and Mike and Jordy and the gang just want to wish all of you a very Merry Christmas, happy holidays, and all the best in the future. Hope Santa Claus is good to you from Volvo Cars Edmonton. An XC90 might make a good gift. As we welcome in from In Goal Magazine and NHL.com, Kevin Woodley joins us. Woodley, how you doing?
I'm good. I'm just on my way into the Amazon Prime game of the night, the Canucks and the Sharks, who you guys got to see on Saturday, and I get to see his NHL career. Yaroslav Askarov will start consecutive games, so looking forward to watching the show.
Well, he was unreal against Edmonton. Only reason that game was close. Like that was one of the best goaltending performances I'd seen in a while. Now, the Oilers did, Leon Draisaitl missed 2 empty nets, Hyman missed 1, but still, he made a lot. Like his pads down low, man, were unreal. He was so quick and good. And I guess we'll start there. You look at him, and when you're on a team, like Edmonton's just a better team than San Jose, but they haven't been getting peltered that much from goaltenders most games. But when a guy gets that much action, Kevin, do you have guys you talk to, like do you feel better? Are they like completely just exhausted after a game like that? Or are you on a high? How does it work for the goalie?
Most guys prefer it, right? Like this sort of was the topic of a column I wrote a couple of weeks ago, and I think we talked about it last week, right? This idea that one of the reasons save percentage is dropping is we don't see teams take a lot of, volume shots, especially from the outside. And obviously Edmonton had quality the other night, but it's not all quality. And interestingly enough, it's something the Sharks do, right? They give up a lot of shots, but a lot of them are low danger. And, to a man almost in the league, they'll tell you, like, give me like 35. I'll take it. Like, keeps me in rhythm. The brain turns off. The instincts are going. You don't have to overthink. You're not having long periods of time where you're watching the guy at the other end. Like, there's a reason, like, different guys and not for everyone, but obviously there's a reason, like we often see these stats, like so-and-so is like, 4-1 when facing 45 shots. Like a lot of the times you'll see goalies have their best games on nights like that.
Yeah. Yeah. And it's, you get into a rhythm, you feel better, you gain confidence, and away you go. What about the Canucks goaltending situation? How's Demko looked in your eyes?
Well, interestingly enough, I think if not for the Pettersson-Miller talk or everything that surrounded that situation here in Vancouver the other day, I think the main storyline would have been the fact that they started Kevin Lankinen in consecutive games ahead of a healthy Thatcher Demko. Now, Demko played the 3 prior in a row because Lankinen had the flu. At least one of those was going to be his starts. I believe the intention was to have a bit of a rotation going leading into the break, let Demko ease his way back in, but Lankinen got pretty sick and they weren't able to do that. But as good as Demko looked towards the end of those, and his game was fine and trending in the right direction, Lankinen plays in Vegas back end of back-to-back games. The Canucks were the second best team, clearly, and Vegas deserved the win. But Vancouver had a 1-0 lead in that game, and the goal that gets Vegas back into it is an unscreened shot from well above the top of the circles. And as good as Lankinen has been here, that's the 11th low-danger goal he's let in. So you sort of put those two factors together, and I was a little bit surprised that he was in net on Saturday with the Ottawa Senators in town. So that said, he's been so good to this point in the season, and his numbers are really good. So I guess you chalk it up to that. But again, like if Demko's your number one guy and he looks like he's trending back in the right direction, at least raised an eyebrow, or would have raised an eyebrow if anybody was paying attention to the goaltending. if not for all the other stories here on Saturday. So in terms of how he's looked, I mean, obviously there's some rust in the reads. Positioning at times has been a little inconsistent, but it's kind of built up. Like, he's had a couple really good starts. They've played really poorly defensively in most of Demko's starts, especially the first couple back, and he's had to bail them out, like 2-on-0s against the St. Louis Blues where he came up with big saves. A lot of quality in his next start against the Boston Bruins. So I'm not worried. There's no signs of, any issues related to the knee injury. He's doing everything he did before the injury in terms of the way he's playing, the techniques he's using. And I think it's just a little bit of time to sort of, get that timing down, get those reads down, feel comfortable finding pucks through traffic, before you sort of see peak of his powers, Demko. But I haven't seen anything that leads me to believe that's not coming.
Okay. Are they just being ultra cautious in his playing time?
Yeah, I mean, with Lankinen out, he started 3 in a row, right? So not so cautious. And I do think, and this is where it gets interesting, right? Like, Lankinen's been so good for them and such sort of found money for them, and arguably, the most important player at the start of the season, especially if our Artur Shilov struggled, that, maybe they feel like they need to give him more play. And it'll be kind of interesting to see how this plays out. I mean, at the very least, there's no need to overplay Thatcher Demko when you have Lankinen playing really well.
Right.
I still believe that at their best, Thatcher Demko's best is another level, right? Like, it's Vezina Trophy level. And as good as Lankinen's been, even the adjusted numbers, and I mentioned the low percentage goals, it's just a tier below that. So, I think in a perfect world, you ease Thatcher back in,
okay,
and then sometime, mid-March, maybe April, you sort of have to know that you can go to him every second night so that he can handle that in the playoffs. And I expect that they would test that out and make sure he's comfortable with that at some point, but there's certainly no rush to get there. Short of the performance is shifting dramatically, I wouldn't at all be surprised if Kevin Lankinen continues to play a lot here. And I think in the eyes of the coaching staff, he's earned it.
What do you make of this whole Miller Pettersson thing? Like, to me, he's been there for 5 years. Like, they've never been chummy, but I don't think they've like gotten into fisticuffs. Like, this just seems like such a let's make more out of this than it is. And I'm not sure the organization, like, if I was like, I just play them together for a game or two if I was a coach to silence the white noise, because it just seems like a lot of unnecessary noise. Or is there actual something of substance to this story?
Well, I mean, Talk it said,
We'll have to reconnect with Kev. So we'll see what happened there. Maybe the Canucks don't want the real answer. And they had to disconnect it. We'll see. But it is, it's just fascinating is not even the right word. I think it's like, it's very kind of soap opera to me that, it's talked about like this, like it's grown men. Oh my goodness. Like, why do people think that all 23, 25 players in a room are all going to get along great all the time? Right. And no one truly knows like how much they allegedly don't get along. So Kevin's back with us. So Kev, give me your thoughts on it now that we cleared that up.
Well, listen, they're not besties.
Yes.
Relationship. They've talked about working on their relationship. They are about as opposite as people from a personality standpoint as you could imagine. But to your point, like, that happens everywhere. And it hasn't been a big deal, and it didn't prevent each of them from having 100 points in each one of the last two seasons have been a 100-plus point player and being on the power play together. Like, it hasn't been a problem that affects the team or their performance to this point. So why are we talking about it now? Is the team, obviously the team isn't going as well. But I think the one thing that sort of led to the conversation coming to the forefront again is JT Miller takes a 10-game leave of absence. Elias Pettersson is struggling to that point. In that absence, Elias Pettersson has 15 points in 10 games. JT Miller comes back. Elias Pettersson has 0 points in 6 games. And people start to draw conclusions and lines between the two. And, honestly, the real issue may be that their defense can't move the puck unless Quinn Hughes is out there. And as soon as there's 2 strong lines, Quinn Hughes is not out there with Elias Pettersson as much as he was when JT was out of the lineup.
Right.
And so there's a little element of that. But I think that's, just to give you a background, I think that's what fueled it behind the scenes, like some of the speculation, some of the Twitter, the X noise around this team. And what brought it back into the spotlight on the weekend was Quinn Hughes was asked about that noise and asked about all the outside noise about the relationship. And he kind of said, yeah, and said that as a captain, it's something he's worked on with them. And I don't want to put words in his mouth because he didn't get into specifics, and he didn't say like it's an issue for the team. So again, that line between this is something that's always been there, they're not best buds and they won't be, and this is a problem for the group. I don't think at any point in what he said did he say this is a problem.
Right.
But he did admit that it is something that's discussed, something that he's conscious of as the captain,
right,
and has tried to work through with them, has played a role. And then that automatically led to us asking Rick Tocchet. And so Rick Tocchet talked about how you manage it as a coach. Again, didn't say there's nothing there, didn't say it's an issue, but talked about it as something that he had to manage and how do you manage it. And he actually asked the media that was gathered that morning, myself included, why we didn't ask for Pettersson and Miller to talk that morning, because neither was requested that morning. To be honest, probably because we didn't expect this to become a story. And so there's the behind the scenes stuff. There was an incident in practice where there was a cross check from Miller, and a little bit of a chirp afterwards, a pointed chirp afterwards between the two.
Yeah, that happens lots in practice. Guys who even get along.
And they talked about it. So again, there's these, people reading the tea leaves and maybe reading too much into it. It gets brought to the captain and the coach, and they both talk about it again, not saying it's an issue, but saying it's a real thing. And that their clips, and those are what ended up on Hockey Night in Canada on Saturday night. And then conversations, frankly, mostly in outside markets like national media about this and what it means, has just sort of fueled it. Both Pettersson was pissed to have to answer it, swore, and then apologized for swearing because he was upset to have to answer it. JT shot it down yesterday. But I'm just giving you the background. That's why this has become a story. People draw lines between the performance with and without JT Miller.
Yep.
And then they ask Hughes, they ask coach, they discuss it. And now it's something that they're talking about publicly. And again, not saying it's an issue, but also not saying it's nothing. And so I think that's what put it back in the spotlight, Jason. And it's led to a ton of sort of speculation and conversation from that point here, despite Pettersson and Miller sort of shooting it down when they were asked directly. And, again, like this team in messaging, the coach says, why didn't you guys talk to Pettersson and Miller? And he wasn't wrong. So then after the game, Pettersson and Miller are requested. Pettersson talks, Miller doesn't fulfill the media obligations that night.
No.
And so we go back in the next day. Messaging, being on and listen, I'm willing to cut JT Miller slack. I don't know what the personal leave was. I don't think anyone does. I don't think the general manager going on TV and saying we're trusted he's going to come back a better person and a better teammate did any good or help this situation either, because everyone else had left it at personal, and those were the only comments made. So messaging in this team is not a strength. I think this could have been handled differently, and it would be less of a storm than we have now. I think we in the media are getting the blame for that. Certainly have to accept some of it, but I don't think it's all on our shoulders in terms of why this has become a story.
Kev, great stuff, man. We appreciate it. Have yourself a wonderful Christmas, and we will chat with you before the new year. We'll talk to you next Monday. Have a great day.
I will come to you live from the island of Maui. So Meli Kaliki Maka, have a great Christmas, and we will we'll chat next week. Buddy.
There you go. That's Kevin Woodley from In Goal Magazine. Quick break. We'll come back, wrap things up in a busy Monday edition of the Gregor Show presented by PlayAlberta.ca.
You don't know what awaits you on the road to come, but with the 2025 XC90 from Volvo of Edmonton, you'll have the versatility to take on whatever life throws at you. The new XC90, a luxurious SUV with seating for up to 7, boasts newly upgraded body and wheel design. It's the perfect choice to drive into the coming year. And right now, you'll save $4,500 and lease from 1.49% on all in-stock 2025 XC90s. Volvo Cars Edmonton. VolvoCarsEdmonton.com, 1205 101 Street Southwest.
Vimy and Donnan Hockey are dedicated to skill development for all hockey players. If you are a student athlete interested in growing as both a person and a hockey player, visit vimyridge.epsb.ca or donnan.ca to register for a free shadow day. Beginner or an experienced player, these programs are designed to nurture and develop your skills in a positive and supportive environment. Vimy and Donnan help student athletes pursue their passion for hockey while achieving their academic goals. Register for a Vimy and Donnan Hockey Shadow Day today.
Checking off your gift list can go more smoothly when you give smoothies. From now till December 31st, buy a $30 Booster Juice gift card and gift yourself with any regular size smoothie for free. Try the new salted caramel smoothie made with vanilla oat beverage, vanilla frozen yogurt, and decadent caramel. It pairs magically with the salted caramel booster ball, bursting with score toffee bites, cinnamon, maple syrup, cashew butter, and more. Happiest of holidays from Booster Juice. Download the Booster Rewards app today.
For years now, we've been warning Edmontonians on the hazards of our stormwater facilities. While they may appear to look like still ponds, there is moving water beneath the surface, which makes the ice dangerously. The unpredictability of stormwater facilities makes them treacherously unsafe for all winter activities, even walking. So think twice. Don't go on the ice. A safety message from EPCOR.
The Canada-wide clearance is on at GMC. Get a $7,500 cash credit on 2024 Sierra 1500 Crew Cab elevation models. With Sierra's 13.4-inch diagonal premium GMC infotainment system with Google built-in compatibility, available off-road package with hill descent control, plus an available 3-liter Duramax diesel engine, you can take the road less traveled and try new things, like fishing or whitewater rafting. I should have gone fishing. Ask your GMC dealer for details.
Santa sweat, dripping on the tree, due to that new furnace that you got from Legacy.
Legacy Heating and Cooling wants to help you prepare for Santa. A nice warm stop during the cold night is the gift you give him. And Legacy can help with no payments and no interest for 1 year on your festive new furnace. Because warm homes get better presents. Happy holidays from Legacy Heating and Cooling.
Everybody now, Santa sweat, this is really weird. Santa perspiration.
Get early access to the Bricks Boxing Week blowout. Shop real Boxing Day prices now with deals for every room of your home. Shop Door Crasher specials like a 3-piece stainless steel appliance package for just $18.97. Take up to $3,000 off big screen TVs, up to $2,000 off sectionals, and up to $750 off sofas. Plus, buy more, save more on dining and bedroom furniture, up to 25% off. Some exclusions apply. See in store for details. The Brick, saving you more.
Warmest wishes go out to you from the management and staff of Wetaskiwin Ready Mix. They hope this holiday season is one of the best you've ever had. Enjoy the sights, sounds, and every festive get-together. Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year from everyone at Wetaskiwin Ready Mix.
It's a Christmas you'll never forget. The final day of the 3-day pre-boxing sale at Cross Mitsubishi. Save up to 15% off all new vehicles. And today and tomorrow only, you'll save an additional 10% for a staggering total of up to 25% off. A 2024 Outlander ES is $35,018. A 2024 RV RES is $25,880. Don't forget Cross Mitsubishi's unmatched 10-year powertrain and 5-year new vehicle warranty. It's the final day of the 3-day pre-Boxing Day sale. And drive into Christmas with confidence. See Cross Mitsubishi in store for details. 9605 34th Ave and at crossmitsubishi.ca.
Portions of this hour brought to you by On the Rocks. Watch every Oilers game at OTR with $5.25 most Canadian, $5 Pink Whitney shots, and 60-cent wings. Plus, play Oilers score and win for your chance to win On the Rocks gift cards. Oilers hockey at OTR. Book your table today. Jasper Ave in 118.
From puck drop to kickoff, it's the Jason Gregor Show on Sports 1440.
Presented by PlayAlberta.ca, Alberta's only regulated online gambling website.
Some figgy pudding. Oh, bring us some figgy pudding. Oh, bring us some.
Welcome back. Jason Gregor, Connor Halley, as we wrap things up for the month of giving. Thanks so much for everybody. We raised over $20,000 today for the Christmas Bureau. It's an amazing way to end the month of giving. Tally up the numbers, but I don't know the exact one, but I know we're going to be over $141,000 and a little bit more for the month of giving this year for Santa's Anonymous and Christmas Bureau, Holiday Hamper, Operation Friendship Senior Society, and others. So thank everybody very much for helping out and donating. Please have a very safe Christmas and a holiday season. Please don't drink and drive. Don't be inebriated and drive. Everybody enjoy your time. Be safe. Hopefully it's an enjoyable next few days. We'll be here tomorrow morning. Carius and Douglas and the fellas will be there. But no Gregor Show tomorrow. Low Tide's going to send everybody into the holiday season at 2:00. We'll be back, our show, on Friday, the station fully on Friday. We'll have Fox Sports with all the football action tomorrow, basketball on Wednesday and Thursday. On behalf of Connor Halley, Declan Kruger, I'm Jason Gregor. Merry Christmas. Let's get Sports 1440 update brought to you by Legacy Heating and Cooling, home with no payments, no interest for 1 year on your furnace. Stay warm all winter at legacyheating.ca.
This is a Sports 1440 update.
Tuesday night in the NHL, after 20 minutes, the Blues on top of the Red Wings 1-0. Penguins beat the Flyers 4-1. Canadians trailed the Jackets 2-0. And midway through the first, Sabres lead the Islanders 1-0 in Florida. The Panthers trail the Lightning 3-0 after 20. Matthew Tkachuk leaving the game after Nikita Kucherov knee. He was received a game misconduct on the play. Later tonight, Preds host the Canes. Wild take on the Blackhawks and Sharks in Vancouver. Utah hosting the Stars, and the Ducks take on the Golden Knights. Earlier today, Devils blanked the Rangers 5-0. Jets over the Maple Leafs 5-2. In the NFL, Week 16 wrapped up with the Packers hosting the Saints. They'll get going at 6:15. In the association, Toronto Raptors taking on the New York Knicks. They lead 15-13 in the first quarter. College bowl season, Fresno State falling in double overtime to Northern Illinois 28-20 in the famous Idaho Potato Bowl. And UTSA knocks off Coastal Carolina 44-15 at the Myrtle Beach Bowl. That'll do the press here on the Jason Gregor Show. Up next, Fox Sports Radio. This has been a Sports 1440 update.
This is Sports 1440, a Stingray radio station broadcasting.